I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt.
Prime time, baby!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's Season 6 of Call of Duty Mobile, and this time it's our North American Open Finals, which means today we'll whittle down our top 16 teams to the top 8 in the region that will move on to the next stage of the competition, which is, of course, our challenge season. And all of that, literally all of it, will be decided today. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I'm so happy to be back as your host. Let's get our casters in here as well, because we have Infinity and Ton ready to go. Guys, we are back for NA, and it's an aggressive day of cutting and qualifying teams. I know that it is late for you, but Ton, I'm throwing it out of order here. I'm coming straight to you. Are you awake and ready to go?
I'm so awake right now. I'm actually feeling quite good. I leveled my caffeine through the day so that I wouldn't, be peaking or anything like that. I've been very, very sensible. Ask me again in a few hours' time how I'm feeling, but I imagine that the COD Mobile action is going to carry me through. I'm really looking forward to it.
Fair enough, fair enough. And Brody, I feel like we all match now. You changed for the next show. We've got a good vibe going on color-wise here. Are you also feeling good? Your energy up, ready to go?
Yeah, I actually needed to change because I was very cold in my other shirt, and I was like, yeah, you know what, we're in a new show. I'm just going to change into a jumper, make myself feel good, feel like cuddly and warm because my heating's not on at the moment. And yeah, I feel like I'm going to need that because we've got a really late night ahead of us. We're going to slam out the entirety of North America in one night. It's going to be a fun time. I'm already caffeinated up. I don't know how long it's going to last for, but let's just see how it goes.
Yeah, I hope our teams are ready. Hope everybody at home is ready, because it's going to be a really fun day here for NA. But like I've mentioned, we've got quite a few stages of competition coming up for the first half of the year, so we'll take a look at this calendar. We're obviously in the open finals of our open qualifiers right now. We'll be having 4 matches here today to qualify which of our teams will make their way through to that challenge season, which runs for 4 weeks. Then, of course, we get our challenge finals there on the weekend of April 5th and 6th, and that's just the first half of this year. We'll take a look at the format as well. If you guys are familiar with SPS, if you've been here before, it's the same exact thing that we've done in the past here, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely is. So again, if you guys have been kind of familiar with SPS over the last couple of seasons for COD Mobile, you will be familiar with this format. We started out with 128 teams from in-game T-Play competing in a double elimination bracket. From that point then, we've got to our final 16 teams competing in today's competition, and at the end of today, only 8 teams will make it to the challenge season. There we'll have 2 GSL-style groups of 4 teams competing out for a top 2 spot in each group to go all the way to our challenge finals, and at the end of the entire competition, there will only be one winner of this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Very exciting indeed. And of course, we mention this every time, but once you get to this stage of the competitive portion of Call of Duty Mobile, you already get to start making some money ton, okay? It's not as much as challenge season, but this is nice to be able to show up having made it this far and go home with a little bit of cash regardless of where you finish.
Yeah, and that's the way we like to kind of spread that cash prize around, right? I know everybody is kind of already went through a bit of a gauntlet to get to this stage, so they deserve to be rewarded. Of course, for top 16, your minimum $150 between you. So, look, nice little cash, a bit of cash to get you along your way. And, well, yeah, it's nice for the guys who are competing at this level to still have something to play for in that sense, as well as your place, of course, in the challenge season.
Absolutely. And we've got a lot to talk about before we get into our matches here today. So let's take a look first at our schedule so everyone at home knows which matches are going to be here on the main stream. We're going to be kicking things off here with Undream versus Horus Esports, then moving into On Mythic versus Ultra. And it says TBD there because what we're going to be doing is we're running lots of matches off stream in order to get everything done here today. So we'll do 2 upper bracket matches, and then whichever teams are getting knocked down as the rest, we've got 2 more upper bracket matches that will happen off stream. The losers of those games will get knocked down into the lower bracket. The lower bracket will also be happening. The winners will move through, the losers will meet up with them, and that's who will end up spectating for our last 2 matches from the lower bracket. You'll see 4 teams qualified here regardless, and of course there will be 4 more after that. And now we'll get to take a look at that bracket that I was just mentioning so you can see how all of that will play out. You can see our 2 upper bracket matches there. The rest of our teams present here on this upper and lower bracket as well. And there's some storylines that I'm actually really excited to start talking about, because if I could direct everyone's attention to that lower bracket, the second matchup on the lower bracket, Brody, we've got Bobby Buckets here ready to go.
I can't believe it. I've never been this happy, honestly. Like I've had so many great meals in my life of food, like so many like donuts, various pieces of food. I don't know, that's why my happy memories are from. This is one of the happiest memories of my life. We might actually get to cast Bobby Buckets in Call of Duty Mobile. He's finally made it. He's been here before, it's worth saying. He's competed in open finals before, but he's never got quite to this stage of the competition. He is just 2 matches shy of qualifying with his team, which we should say, by the way, is a pretty darn good team. You'll recognize that Era from Space there on the roster as well. Of course, both players, former professional players, just 2 matches away from qualifying for the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. It is worth saying the team they are going up against right now is a difficult one. Like there's some names on there you guys will recognize, like Coldest and Chagaboo, who of course played on one of the only NA teams at Champs last year. So it is going to be a difficult match, but I'll be honest, we try to set aside our bias caster, before we come in, take that off.
I'm not. I'm being biased.
No. I want Bobby Buckets Dino Nuggets in the challenge season. If he doesn't do it, I'm gonna eat a cheesecake. Okay, if he doesn't make it to challenge season, there will be cheesecakes eaten.
He just wants the cheesecake here, Todd.
Just want cheesecake. That's all I'm saying.
Honestly, I was listening to that before, and I was just like, "Wow, he's gonna eat cheesecake if they'd have won." This guy needs to come up with some more serious dares. I want something daring. I want risk on the line here, Lauren. Not a cheesecake eating contest.
There is risk, bro. It's bad for my health. It's really risky.
Listen, okay, we're all going to be very blatantly, obviously, pulling for Bobby Buckets Dino Nuggets to continue on in their lower bracket run. But another storyline we need to talk about, okay? You can see the tribe jerseys on there, a tweet from Vague as well. Look at this roster. I mean, did they fall off here, Ton? What's going to be happening here with this squad?
Well, I mean, look, for some regions have inherited NA players. There are a few players who have kind of put themselves together. Now, Have these players specifically fallen off? I'm sure we're going to find out. Look, I think for this region as a whole, they were competing for titles a couple of years ago. We're competing for world titles. Now it seems to, well, have they fallen off? We're going to find out. This is kind of an amalgamation of players who have kind of come together now, players who have really had success on the global stage in Call of Duty Mobile. Are they going to work together? I'm not too sure. We're going to find out very, very quickly, though.
I mean, we talk about experienced players, recognizable faces when it comes to the open finals and how they move through and continue on into the challenge season. I think everyone's going to be looking out for that roster and seeing exactly what they can bring to the table here today. Now, for everybody at home, before we get into that first match of the day, a little bit of an update. Every time we have a new season, that also means we have a new map pool. And there are some tried and true consistencies that you'll recognize from season 5, but we've got some swaps that have come in for season 6, and we're going to see how they're going to shake things up here, Brody.
Yeah, so again, some of the maps you guys will recognize from the past map pool have kind of just shifted around. Arsenal is now a hardpoint map, Standoff is now a search and destroy map, Takeoff is now a control map. We've added some new maps into the rotation as well. Slums has returned in hardpoint. You've got Coastal in search and destroy, which I don't believe we've yet to see in EU Open finals, and of course Crossfire in control. And that also means we've gotten rid of a few maps as well, like Hackney Yard is gone. Oh god, I'm so sad. And you know, Seaside Control, that's gone. And actually, to be fair, in a sad way, I am sad that we don't get to see any more Express Search and Destroy, because that is a phenomenal Search and Destroy map. But something had to go to make room for Coastal, and that was the map. So a lot of changes, as is always the case between seasons of Snapdragon Pro Series. It makes things fresh coming into this season.
Lauren, I need to comment on what an upgrade it is from Hackney Yard as well. We got Hardpoint, by the way. That is absolute classic Hardpoint when it comes down to Call of Duty. I mean, that's a definitive upgrade, that one. So very happy with that.
That is Hardpoint with a BBL.
You guys get one season of Hackney Yard, and you are just upset about it. One season.
Listen. It's bad memories, okay? We'll not get into it too much, as I'll probably never work again, but they're bad memories.
Listen, if it were up to proper, he talked about it in EU. He wants Express back just to see how much work the train can put in. You know, I mean, we're just trying to keep things interesting here.
Yeah, it's we didn't actually see too many of those.
No,
I actually want to say, like, thankfully the players were switched on to that in that scenario. But Express is a good map, irrelevant of that. So yeah, it is a bit of a shame to lose that one. But yeah, there will be no tears shed for Hackney Yard, not on this side of the broadcast anyway.
Yeah, good shout on not seeing any Coastal yet either, Brody. I didn't even process that until we just took a look back at the updated map pool. We'll see if maybe NA is feeling a little bit more daring. If you guys are wondering and you haven't gotten a chance to check it out, you can go look back at our VOD from EU and see what that region brought to the table for their first day of open finals. But suffice to say, when it comes to those picks and bans, we are not doing anything too crazy out of the ordinary. Okay, they're sticking to what they're comfortable with here to start things off, and probably going to see the same out of North America, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be less firing range just by nature of the fact that for some reason Europeans prefer it to North Americans. But outside of that, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be, it's going to be a Hacienda in every single series. Just get used to it. There's going to be a raid control in most of the series as well. I would like somebody to throw a curveball in. Just give me a Coastal, or maybe I'm going to regret it later on down the line, but give me a Coastal or a Crossfire.
I'm kind of on the line of like some teams throwing something different in there as well, especially for some of these underdogs who are coming in. You got a brand new map set to a certain degree. There's like 5 or 6 different maps in there. Throw them in. If they're not going to get vetoed out, give yourself a chance. Have you practiced on them? Some of these teams who are a little bit more well established, have they maybe not been putting the practice in on them? Throw that curveball in there, create something different. If you feel as if you had a disadvantage in the match, you know, just throw something in there that might upset the odds.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because we talk about that a lot. Obviously, this stage of the Call of Duty Mobile competitive ecosystem is the perfect opportunity, whether it's an individual or a brand new team, to try and get into a relatively established scene and move on through to the challenge season. And a perfect opportunity for something like that is to try and surprise some of these established squads who've been playing on the same maps with the same modes for quite some time. If you can get any sort of a foothold or any sort of an advantage to try and keep yourself in the series, Birdie, it's always a good thing to try.
Yeah, actually, one of the things, and this is going to be fun to listen to, is actually it reminds me of Ban and Protect in a way from like Black Ops 3. If you remember like Ban and Protect when the CWL first started, and it was like people would come out and it was basically a system where you could ban like any item in the game. I think it was like 8 bans or protects you had across the board, and like you just took turns banning Protect, and there'd be like silly bans coming out, like the grip, for example, or quick draw, even like the most powerful weapons. It feels like that in a way, where it's just like just trying to unsell the better team in the situation. So we're excited to see our best of 3 map set, and it's like, almost like I summoned it in a way, right? Like I'm singing Bloody Mary into a mirror 3 times. We've got a coastal. I'm excited about it.
Sorry, the reference caught me wildly off guard.
Pensive about the map picks. This is our best of 3 for the first match.
So the Hardpoint, obviously not too much of a surprise, but again, Control being last still is that little feels weird to me. But yeah, okay, we're going to get a Control takeoff to finish things up as the decider, but Search and Destroy on Coastal is going to be very interesting. So there you go, immediately a potential banana skin for one of these teams. Have you put the practice in it? Are you well aware of what you should be doing on it? I'd imagine a lot of them have done, but at the same time, can you catch somebody off guard? It's going to be an interesting match, this first one anyway, at least anyway. I know we haven't really spoke on it too much, but it's one of those that there is a little bit of uncertainty on, which always fills me full of hope when we come into open finals. Usually we find ourselves going in this 3-0, 2-0 to this team is more than likely the outcome. We're not 1,000,000% sure when it comes down to this matchup.
Well, I'm excited to see what they've got to bring to the table then, because match number 1 of our open finals for NA is about ready to get underway. So let's get into it.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren, and we're going to be jumping into this one pretty sharpish, Brody, but like as we kind of mentioned, this one is, I know we're probably in a slightly in one direction, but it's not necessarily cut and dry here as much as it has been in some of the other games, especially that we've seen in Europe. I mean, goddamn, we did see a nuke in a game this afternoon. So I think when we're coming down to the NA side of things, it is a little bit more condensed. We are getting this all done in one day. We're expecting some closer games than what we got to see in day 1 of Europeans competition.
I think because there's so many more overhauls to talk about, right? It's much more difficult to say, like, you know, X team is going to beat Y team in this massive manner, right? And I think these 2 teams are a good example of that. You've got one team, and we didn't really have a chance to set it up that much in Undream, that is effectively, you know, we go back to season 5 and we had kind of the integration of Mexico into the North American region. Well, back then, Mexican players were kind of mishmashing with North American players to create these kind of super teams like Status Quo, for example. Now we're seeing all those Mexican players come back together again, and that's what Undream is. On the other side, though, you have Horus Esports, you have names like Legacy, who of course had also played with, I think it was Pollos Locos or Hydra, and Yawn, who isn't actually playing in this matchup, so I don't know why I'm bringing them up. There's a lot of those players that you'll recognize. So honestly, just on paper here, the fact that you've kind of got teams blowing things up and bringing new teams together, I think this is actually going to be a closer match than maybe you think people would expect.
Okay, well, here we go. The initial battle, which I will always mention when we do talk about Horus, is that they win the logo battle against pretty much anybody for me. I'm a big fan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A fan of Egyptian mythology?
Is it Egyptian mythology? Is that what we're going with? I suppose.
That's Egyptian mythology.
Yeah. No, I think you might be right. I was just talking about it from a pure aesthetics perspective, but here we are. 20 seconds in for the side of Horus over towards P1. It's about this rotation over towards P2. Undream are the first ones there, and I mean, we will beat this drum consistently when we do talk about Hassie and a Hardpoint. P2 rotation is maybe one of the most important rotations, full stop, in the game. And it's going to be Undream the first ones there. 60 seconds to play for, and let's see if Horus can find a break.
Yeah, this is always so difficult to find a break on this hard point, right? Horus, they've got the numbers, and they're currently going for kind of this pincer movement from Rock side and from the driveway side, but they have let a couple of players slip on by. They have to take those players down. They do so against one of them in Fabuloso. Now still more damage to be done. Mausin doing exactly that. That's 3 kills for Mausin. And Horus Esports now in control, but those back spawns for Undream will continue to allow them to hit this hill over and over again.
See if they can get some sort of pinch from water. They did momentarily. Puedes finds a couple. Horus able to just about lock that down. Fabuloso already with the War Machine coming out. So a good start for him, getting this on board. And Rebel's going to try and come in from the side, try and regain this control for Horus Esports. Bit of a 50-50 split so far. With 10 seconds remaining, Undream going to get that bit of scrap time. Nobody really coming away with a massive advantage there, Brody. Feels like a bit of a split.
Yeah, I mean, that hill, I think, especially on Call of Duty Mobile, right, is always kind of a dodgy one just because of the fact that you do have those driveway spawns. They're actually a lot closer than the spawns you'd see in something like Black Ops 6, right? So, especially with kind of the lack of a respawn timer, it just constantly creates carnage here on Hardpoint. So, not really a lot to say, I think, on that Hardpoint. As you said, it was more of a 50-50 heal. I expect Fences to be much of the same, but Undream will get a couple of kills here. Already starting to see some of the first utilization, as is pretty much always the case on the Fences Hardpoint for Hacienda. I think it was the War Machine for Horus Esports that gets a couple of kills, but almost immediately Undream fire back. Fabuloso finds 3. Already the Predator missile utilization coming through, but once again it is the split spawns for Horus Esports that Undream will have to worry about.
They're gonna have to worry about if Shizu can find a couple here with that equalizer. Zyrax will come in for the pickup, and there you go. That's probably the first kind of clean break we've seen for a team. Well, they're going to be able to pick up a few seconds uncontested, and Undream have extended what was an ever so slender lead after 2 to around 40 or so by the time we do get over towards Rock. So that's a nice hold for them over towards Fences. Nice lead for them to have. Big investment coming in from them, and looking over towards it though. Horus do have 2 operators available themselves, with the one on the side of Undream from Noisy. So let's see how this is going to go down. The Death Machine out from Pengi isn't able to find a great deal with it, but Legacy is able to do something with the equalizer. Horus looking to claw back that lead.
They're keeping an eye on all sorts of areas of the map. Legacy's been summoned towards the cut and will get cut down, but trades are fine for Horus Esports as long as they can get kills, and Fabuloso has been an absolute 3-piece machine when he's required so far in this Hardpoint. That is what I think is third this game thus far, and enables Undream to get in towards the kill. Now you've got Noisy just pre-firing through the smoke with the Purifier, enough to keep Horus Esports in bay. And slowly but surely over the last couple of hills here, Tarners, Fabuloso finds 5 with the War Machine. This thing is 6th for the War Machine for Fabuloso. I mean, Undream have created really a chasm between themselves and Horus in the scoreline department. Horus starting to fall out of this game.
Yep, starting to get a little scary now. Undream with a very decent start. Fabuloso leading the way. 27 kills to his name. Having a really good start here to his NA Open finals, at least on broadcast anyway. Fantastic work, and Undream will have, well, quite comfortable lead, I would call it, of around 60 seconds or so. Horus Esports, that was bad maths from me. It's about 50, but irrelevant of that, it's chunky enough. Shisui and Koa are going to try and lock down some decent time over towards P1 here. Some good kills coming in from Horus though. And for me, looking towards it, look, they had the rotation. They were looking in a good spot for P2. Didn't really make too much of it from there. If they can do that again and get a decent hold, they're well and truly back into this game. But for me, it really has been about the operator usage. Undream has just been so much better with them. We've seen a lot of value, especially coming out of Fabuloso's War Machine. Yep. We're seeing a lot of value coming out from the normal guns as well. Undream coming in here with 20 seconds to go on P1. This is some really good time to get a hold of. P2 rotation is going to be contested as well. They are in a commanding position, Brody.
Yeah, and that is the thing right now. I think you're looking at the difference between these two teams. Really, it is just one player. I think Shisu is not getting a lot of love at the moment, despite the fact that they've got 29 kills to their name. But Fabuloso, with 28 frags, has done so much, not just in the kills department, but also, I think, what I already mentioned, all right, the 3 pieces, the 4 pieces when required, and of course, those all-important kills with the War Machine. He's doing a lot for Undream at this point in time. If we move over towards the McLaren Hardpoint, Horus Esports are going to be the first team to touch. Fabuloso, though, wants to piece up once again. Shisu comes in for 3. Now it's Puedes next up with the USS-9 to try and keep Horus Esports at bay. And we're in the exact same situation as before. Full operators now coming out for Undream.
Puedes has to back off because Mausen goes in. The War Machine. Everything being used, the entire kitchen sink being thrown. Who's going to come out on top? It's looking like it is going to be Undream right now. A little bit of a split coming through for Horus, so the water side is going to be watched. It's being watched effectively. Everybody now pushing in from the car park side, and Undream just holding this down. 20 seconds remaining. Undream have held every single second so far.
And it just continues to get worse for Horus Esports. I mean, even more so, right? Because I think in the previous rotation towards this hardpoint, they were doing a relatively good job at kind of splitting their forces between the driveway, between the stairwell. This time around, I think things were much more one-dimensional towards that driveway, and they get shut down over and over again because of that major investment from Undream with all of the operators and all of the streaks as well. And now we're seeing a 100-point deficit. Horus Esports having to claw their way back into the game. And Fence's hardpoint is just never going to be the kill that you get it done. So Undream, now on their way here. It won't be long before the contest fest starts.
It's all about those flurry of kills that do come in. Kibbo's to answer with a couple of his own. The SMGs, really, of Undream seem to be the ones leading the way. 38. Shisu Fabuloso sitting at 36. I mean, this is a really, really good performance on the side of Undream at the moment. It's over a 100-point lead and starting to extend. What's the route back in, though, here, Brody, for Horus Esports? I mean, like, right now, everything seems to be going the way of Undream. You're 110 points down. We're heading over towards P4 in 15 seconds. What are they going to do differently? And what are they going to do differently very quickly?
Honestly, at this point, it just feels like everything's kind of wayward with the way that they're attacking hills right now. They're just getting outdone by the likes of Fabuloso and Shisu. If they can shut those players down, they'll find a way back in this game, but that is a huge ask considering those players have, what, 40 and 39 kills respectively. It's so difficult. I will also say, I mean, this is a really good example of that right now. Horus just lost this rotation, like straight up. They didn't even really try for it, right? You can see Undream just gave up 10 seconds of scrap time because of that leader's advantage. They moved over towards New, and Horus have been caught totally unaware. The lead has grown to an exponential level. The kill feed is blue ton. It's not over just yet, but Horus have really one last hurrah to stop this game from going Undream's way.
Yep, there can be one here by Undream. Horus have themselves a singular operator to work with, two from the side of Undream while they've been called in because they smell blood in the water. 25 seconds remaining here over towards the side, and once again it is that man on your screen, Fabuloso. 45 kills. It's about to be added to, well, you would have thought so. Pengi's able to find two, and that is going to be the break coming through from Horus Esports. So a lot of investment coming in from Undream. They don't get a great deal. Horus answer back with their own. See the war machine coming out, the equalizer still running. Horus getting some decent time towards the back end of that rotation of hills, and they will rotate over towards P1 with a few more bodies up top of only momentarily. But the problem is for them, it feels insurmountable, doesn't it? I mean, you are so far behind at this stage. You do well with what you had there, but it may well be too little too late, Brody. Undream still only 10 seconds away.
Yeah, that was a good hill, I think, from Horus on the whole, right, towards the end. But now you're starting to face Shisu towards the hard point, already using the equalizers for a couple of kills, on the hunt for the last few players. If you can't take on Unravel, you'll take the player coming off the spawn. Someone else can deal with Unravel, and Puedas does exactly that. Undream looking for the last 10 seconds here, Ton. It feels like this one's done.
Yeah, it feels inevitable at this stage. 3 seconds away from Undream. Horus Esports just not at the races. Bodied there in map number 1. Is an effective win for the side of Undream, and just convincing across the board, Brody, wasn't it? I mean, from the get-go, they extended over towards P2 and P3. That's where things really did start going very, very well for them, and from that, they never looked back. A really, really efficient job, and I want to use that word because it kind of epitomizes how their operators were used so many times. Fabuloso specifically for me in that game was lighting it up every single time that war machine came out. It wasn't just kills, it was kills in hills where you were finding good time over and over again. And that is the hallmark of a very good team. And how often have we said that? I feel as if I'm like a broken record at this stage. If you are good with your operators, you will win games. It doesn't matter how else you play it. Okay, yes, probably it does. Maybe I am being a bit facetious with that one. But if you are able to bring good operator usage to the table at the right time, it will put you in brilliant positions to win games.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've often said this as casters, right? And you know, coming in from mainline Call of Duty, we recognize that specialists were a big thing in the games that had them. And Call of Duty Mobile is simply no different, right? When you get those operators, you have to use them to great efficiency, and that is just what Undream were doing. You mentioned Fabuloso, and I think he is probably the best player on the roster to get it done. Shisu also was doing that as well, and there's a reason those guys are the top fraggers for Undream at the end of the game. 50 kills for Fabuloso, 45 for Shisu, and over 60 seconds in the hill for both. Almost 2 minutes in the hill, actually, for Shisu. So not only getting frags, but also doing it in the objective. And yeah, every single time we saw those guys pull out one of their operators, they were doing it to great effect. I think more crucially as well, right? This is something that people don't often talk about enough. Is it's not just about, you know, everyone gets operators and they use them well. It's about the specific operators that you get and using those specific operators well enough. If you have a war machine, or you have, I think crucially, the equalizers, and you're not using those operators well, the most powerful operators that you have here in Call of Duty Mobile meta right now, then you're kind of messing up. And I think, you know, especially if you can hit those ones, if you can make good utilization, you know, get 3 or 4 kills or more with every single pop of those operators, I mean, it's going to give you such a massive advantage in these games. And it's worth saying, this is why Undream are coming into this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series as one of the favorites in North America.
Yeah, look, I think you make the point about the equalizer and the war machine. They are the be all and end all, really, aren't they? And you were saying 3 or 4. I mean, he was picking up 6 or so every single time with the war machine, which is just what you can't let happen on the opposite side of things. I think it's really hard as well. You need to make sure you're keeping up with how likely they are to be close to it. You need to be making sure you're going for those call outs if you're hearing it, if you're seeing it. It's all about trying to get rid of them as soon as you can. But on the other side of things, do you counter at the right times? I think the whole economics of those operators is so important to a team's awareness, I want to say. And if you know you're pulling them at the right time, it's all very well whipping out a war machine. If you walk straight into somebody who's aiming down sight with Annihilator, it is a complete waste of time. It's about the right timing, and it was very much there for Undream, very much throughout that entirety of that Hardpoint. But we're going to be heading into a search and destroy now, Brody, where, well, Horus hopefully won't have to worry about anything like that. It's just pure raw search and destroy. So let's see how this one goes down. Of course, we're going over towards Coastal. That is potentially the banana skin. It is the cat amongst the pigeons, as we like to say over here. Everybody in North America is currently scratching their head. But at the same time, it's a bit of a different map, a brand new map coming in, Brody. What are we going to expect from Coastal? And, well, what can Undream expect? Horus have thrown this one in.
I don't know. Genuinely, I don't. I know that's not an answer you ever expect from a professional Call of Duty caster like us, but I do not know, because I've not seen Coastal before. Like, this is going to be a first for us to see it. Like, I think it was one of the maps, I think it was like posited to be in the rotation last season and didn't end up going in, and now it's actually going to be in here. I think it's like I want to say it might be a Call of Duty Online map. Not entirely sure. Someone will have to like correct me. YouTube chat can shout at me for that one, but like,
I think you know, if I'm to go, like, because I am a Call of Duty historian, a certain kind of I played Call of Duty for a long time. Well, I mean, if we want to talk about like actual, like, how many years I've been about, then we could maybe go down that route. But at the same time, look, as far as all the maps that are in Call of Duty Mobile, for the most part, they're all those classic maps, and the ones that are introduced that I don't know always have gone down well. For me, Tunisia is a brilliant search and destroy map. It's absolutely fantastic. So you think of a map that has come in like kind of Call of Duty Mobile endemic. It's done pretty well. I'm trying to remember that there's another one specifically as well. That's just not racking around in my brain.
You like Kurahana?
Yes, Kurahana as well. Another really good search and destroy map for me. So if Coastal can kind of follow that suit, that isn't that classic Call of Duty map, but a Call of Duty map that's kind of coming in, that's something a bit new for people who maybe watch Call of Duty at home, hopefully we're still in good hands. That's what I'm kind of hoping.
Yeah, I haven't been disappointed so far with like the original maps. You know what's actually kind of funny is it's like, I look at some of the maps in Call of Duty Mobile, and, you know, as a caster who gets like happy every time I see like good maps in like Call of Duty, because you know how like every Call of Duty mainline game has like 1 or 2 good maps, so you're like, okay, this is like an instant classic, like Moscow, for example, in like Black Ops. I know it's like a really obscure example, but like there's always one or 2 maps that you pick up every single time. And I feel like in Call of Duty Mobile, every single original map has some kind of flavor to it where I'm just like, yeah, actually, you know what? This map would do really well. And if you were to put Kurahana in Black Ops 6, it probably would play perfectly fine. Like, that's how I feel about these maps. Yeah, it would be fast. I think like the advancement, I know Call of Duty Mobile players probably don't care about this, but like, if you like, I think the movement of Black Ops 6 changes the way maps play significantly. So like, and yeah, it's just there's a lot to it, but like
there's a big tangent we could go on.
Yeah, exactly. This is a long topic, like podcast desk topic. But yeah, I think like the way maps play in like modern COD games is very different to the way maps play in Call of Duty Mobile. You know, actually, what's a really good example of this? And I know everyone like we're going on a tangent right now, but like Hacienda, we got time. We're waiting for map 2 to start. Hacienda is actually a really good example of a map that plays totally different in Black Ops 6 to the way it plays in Call of Duty Mobile. Like the pace of the map is, and a really good example actually is P2. The way the spawns work on Hacienda Hardpoint for P2 on Call of Duty Mobile, spawns are so much closer than Call of Duty Black Ops 6, like crazily close. Like you spawn basically in the lobby. if you're not in the hill, like you spawn right next to the hardpoint.
It's a comparison I've been making quite a bit as far as because I was thinking to myself when we went into Hacienda Hardpoint on the Black Ops 6 season, I was like, I've got this on lock, mate. No, I didn't have it on lock at all. It is very, very different. But speaking of something very different, Coastal, a map that we have just not seen in, that's maybe not the best of starts, suddenly your teammate if you are on Legacy. But it is going to be Horus on the attack, looking like they're going to be hitting over towards the A side. B has been, well, mostly left by Undream, so A being the more influential target for both these two teams on the defense and on the attack.
No, this was like a very slow start, I think, for both of these two teams right now, right? And again, I think part of this is because they probably have scrimmed a little bit of Coastal, but still getting a feel for how they want to play this map. Checking every single corner. There's a lot of different areas you've got to check out. Horus are definitely taking their time with this one. That opening snipe, though, starting to come through now. Puedes now has the information and gets the opening snipes off. It's synchronized from Puedes and Fabuloso. Shiso now following up with some more. Kibu's trying his best ton, but it's not happening. Now Mao's in 1 versus 4. Go on, give us it for the clips.
Push on outer A seems a tough one. Here we go. It's feeling like a defensive heavy map already. Horus took their time, and maybe that was the problem. I think it's one of those that may be shocking, or you maybe need to find that first blood down that A side. Well, then on the job like you guys. Let's see how this one goes down. Have Horus got anything else to offer here? It's a big push down the middle of the map. Smokes everything, but the kitchen sink has been thrown. And one player has actually made it over towards that B side, so there'll be a gunfight that goes down there very, very shortly. It looks like Horus are going to start to concentrate some efforts over towards the other side of the map for the second round. You could already see the adaptation for Undream, sending players over. Zyrax will find Legacy, and all of a sudden that's going to slow it down. Horus seem to put themselves in a position then not know what to do. Bryce, whoa.
Whoa!
Hey, look, that's just natural. That's natural. I apologize. Brody.
I'll take it as a compliment.
It just seems as if they get to a certain stage and they don't know where to go.
Yeah, like, we're trying to kind of get a vibe for how offensive or like defensively sided this map is right now, right? You know, like, and I think the teams are also starting to feel that out right now, just trying to get a vibe for what the map actually feels like. Horus on the offense here, it does kind of feel like they're just trying to get a feel for, right, how can we actually get onto these sites? And once they lose that opening fight, as you said, they do kind of flounder a little bit. It feels like the same case once again here. We're just going to draw that first blood once more. The reaction from Horus is actually pretty good to just try and overwhelm, but now you got to follow up with some fun fights.
Oh. No, he does well. Mausen, sorry, does very, very well, but not well enough. Undream locking this one in. It has been plain sailing so far for the defensive side. Very curious to see if they can keep this up.
Defend the objective.
It's feeling like a fast-paced Tunisia right now for me.
Yeah, this dude, look at the map, dude. This is like this, like a small 3-lane map.
Yeah,
dude, this is so like
that's better.
Much better from Horus. And I think as well, this is a very different look from Horus because they've hit A, 3 times in a row now. And so this is now like that aggressive B hit. They've caught Undream off guard. And I've got a feeling this plays similarly to Tunisia in the fact that you get the bomb down, it's going to be difficult for Undream to actually get back into the site.
Now, there's a few different options for them to get in, but when you do not have the numbers by any stretch of the imagination, it's going to make it very, very difficult. You're going to have to find some sort of pick if Horus are even going to give them the opportunity to do so. Is he going to be the one to find it? Hasn't got that. And here comes the reflank here from Legacy as well. You're going to have to start moving and find something if you're Undream. Legacy finds one on the flank. Poetas finds another. Noisy one more. Now all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 2. 2 versus 2, sorry, I should say. As Poetas is there. It's Kibo in the end. Well, Kibu to find the final trade. Just about getting the job done now is a little bit more stressful than maybe they would have wanted it to be, Horus, but pushing into the site, find the opening kill. Will Undream fall for it again, though?
Yeah, there's that same aggression, and you can see that immediate reaction coming through from Undream here. It's a triple nade setup being thrown Undream's way, and that is an incredible play from Undream. It makes players weak. The reaction from Undream to pick up kills off the back of that is insane. And there is trades from Horus, but not enough to actually even the odds. Now you've got players in behind enemy lines. I absolutely love that reaction from Undream. And Kibu is now stuck. And the best thing you can do, Kibu, you've got 1 minute 30 on the clock. Like, don't get over aggressive here. Just relax.
Back on down. But the problem for him is that he very much doesn't have that bomb. Zyrax and Poetas, yeah, they are guarding it. So this is going to be tough now. But the thing is, they do have a couple of different entrances to watch over here. So if a bit of timing goes Kibu's way, this round could be his. They've managed to maybe try and find out a situation where they can watch back to back and keep an eye on this bomb. They know Kibu is going to have to come this way. And here he comes. Right through the back door. Can he manage to find something here? He knows they're going to be in and around it. Zyrax is the first one on the chopping block potentially. Is Kibu going to get out here? Isn't expecting the other player in the corner. And Undream will find their fourth round 4-1.
And I love that adaptation right from the rip from Undream, right? They get a triple nade setup through the cart. It doesn't just kill one player. I think it tags up 2 more. Right for the picking for Undream to follow up with kills. And you know what? Fair play to Horus. They managed to trade things out to bring it down to a 2 versus 3, but they just did not have the numbers to make that one work. So the adaptations are crisp from Undream. And now Horus once again sent floundering here on their final offensive effort. It is a fast hit towards A.
Are they going to be able to deal with it here, though? Zyrax, oh my goodness me, he's just found them all. There's 1, there's 2. Looking for the third on the inside, can't quite find it. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, it is a 2 versus 2 here, buddy.
That bomb is down. Horus need to go grab it. A situation where things are somewhat kind of flipped, right? Undream have to watch both their own spawn, the direction in which Horus originally arrived from, and Horus are just going to wait. Patient as you like. Horus, of course, 60 seconds on the clock. It is a world of time to work with here, Ton. They are the ones that need to make the move, and I think they've now realized it.
They have the bomb.
Noisy. Jump around the corner. It's a good shot from Mausen. All of a sudden, Fabuloso left on his own, and after the start of this game, Horus Esports would not turn your nose up at this. Oh my god, if they can eventually find it, they do. Horus get the final attacking round. Finding themselves 4-2 down, but going over towards the defensive side, Brody, that doesn't feel like too bad of a result.
No, it doesn't, right? I mean, like, at the end of the day, you know, you take 2 offensive rounds away. You've done creative things to get around Undream. I think the question now for me is, are Undream creative enough to also steal those rounds away from Horus? It feels like a pretty standard setup off the rip here, right? I don't think Undream want to upset the apple cart too much here. Just trying to get a feel for what Horus's defensively setups looks like. Legacy is going to be a big player in this situation, jumping over the top to try and get a feel for any players inside that cart, but he's not actually going to see anybody, I don't believe. Instead, they're going to have to utilize some stuns and nades to get a feel for where this bomb is going. First contact made in the cut. Now that's the information that Horus needed. This is definitely going to be B-hit.
Oh, that's first blood. Zyrax will find it, and will this now just burst into life in and around the B site? It will not. Undream actually back up. He did manage to find a blood here, though.
Oh.
And
this is smart. This is so damn smart. Making that rotation towards site. You have Poetas watching the middle cuts. You have every bit of information. When these players cross, you know that there's only, what, 1 or 2 players isolated towards A. You have the numbers to overwhelm those players as well. Poetas should be the perfect information player, but he moves away at the wrong time. Doesn't get that information anymore. And now Undream might be a disadvantage here on this push.
I think he's trying to watch for anybody reflanking through mid. He's not going to find that information. Mausin puts the shots through, doesn't quite line it. Zyrex did find a kill on the Legacy. Whilst all of this is being going down, Fabuloso will find an angle as well. Undream have just slowly bled Horus Esports, but I say that, they fight back 3 versus 2 in favor of Undream still. A bomb yet to go down, but Noisy, has he found an angle? Well, needs to find the shots alongside of it. Can't quite finish his dinner, and all of a sudden they're trying to push in over towards this A side. Is it going to happen though? Quedas will find it. Pengy's just trying to survive.
Yeah, 1 second on the clock. I don't think they've got enough time to plant, and they don't. And I'm going to be honest, you know, we've given them a little love over the last couple of maps, but it's hard to get in a critique mode here, Ton. I don't know why Fabuloso was solo pushing with that bomb. I know he's, you know, confident in himself, the way that he played in that hardpoint. I totally don't blame him with 50 bomb in the respawn, but in the search and destroy, when you're making play calls as a team, you've got to play as a team. And that bomb going down, I think, was the biggest issue for Undream in that offensive effort. So, good effort initially. But one small play tears it all down for Undream. Good start on the defense from Horus, and it is the exact same push once again from Undream. They're looking for that similar stake. Last time around, it was Kibu to get it done, getting over aggressive on towards the players from Undream to give that first blood away. This time, I'm not sure they're going to get the same luck.
No tags with the nades inside of B. So no information, nobody's weak. It's hard to make that push there, isn't it? Through the middle of the map they go. They're going to have to get rid of Mausin. He's holding it towards the backside. Is the pressure just too much? Because the thing is, if you get through that middle alley, it looks like you can go either way you want to Legacy. We'll just have a little peek out, and Zyrax will be dealt with. Horus looking solid here in the search and destroy. Defending so well. Fabuloso, though, will find Kibu, and all of a sudden, it is a 4 versus 4.
Snipes through the middle of the map. Puedas will find an easy one. And they do, technically speaking, have an entire site to themselves right now. I'm not sure that Pengy has much of a line of sight on anything. Weezy over the top gets some bad Call of Duty timing. Will not see that that cross has been made. So now Undream here, going to have to take a few seconds to actually clear out the site. Soon we'll realize, hey, this thing is 3. Then we'll have to reposition here to stop the retake. Stuns out from Pengy and Mausin. We're just looking for some kind of snipe off. First blood on this re-entry is everything. They have to wait for Unravel to join the party, though.
Noisy's not in a position to help out when this hit does come. So it is going to be 3v3 on site. Mausin will be the first one to find something on the Fabuloso. You got to find the trades, and oh god, they do so much better. Puedas will find 2, and that's 5-3 now. Undream do a really nice job of that. Just took their time, got the information that they needed, rotated very nicely. And, well, they still felt they had to clear it out, right? And they did so. Nobody there, though. And it's a free plant over towards B, and just a really horrible retake for Horus Esports to try and do. I haven't really seen too much action over towards this A side for Undream, but it looks like they are going to try it out now, Brody.
Yep. And they should overwhelm the 2 players on the side. This should be very damn quick. Unravel's making a meal of it. Mausin down for the count as well, and now that's full site control here for Undream. You know where the players are going to be coming from. Over-aggression from Puedas through the middle of the map here is going to bring this down to a 3 versus 3. Makes things significantly more uncertain in terms of trying to get this bomb down. Fabuloso, a lot to do on that cut. Gets some bad timing. The bomb now goes down, and the last 2 players here for Undream are isolated.
Yeah, they're going to push something out here. They've got to take some sort of gunfight. There it is. Noisy will find one, expecting the trade, though, from behind us. Pengy not going to get it. And Legacy is left now under 1 versus 2. We're going to try and find the angle. Does have time to play with, but they know where he is. They have the information. The shots are not good enough. And Undream are 1 round away from solidifying their place in the Challenger season. Just remember, every single game we're watching is a qualifying game.
Yeah.
They're 1 round away, Brody.
I don't know. Maybe not the time to criticize again, but Horus, you're in a 3v2. Like, play together. Like, get some good timing. Make the comms at what you're doing, because they went 1 by 1 there into Undream, and they'll take those for free all day long. A roster like Undream are not going to let a free opportunity pass them by. So Horus now need to clamber their way back 3 rounds on the back into this game, and that's the start that they wanted. Mausin taking out Fabuloso off the rip. That's every bit of presence that Undream had towards A out of the round. But it does look like it's going to be a B hit. And once again, it's that exact same setup from Horus. 3 players sat in sight. This is a heavy investment. If Undream do choose to rotate over towards A here, they will have a better chance, especially as, once again, they've got a player watching that mid-cross in Noisy.
Still have an opportunity here. Not having those numbers on the attacking rounds. It only counts for, well, where you are on the map. Noisy has been spotted out here. Legacy will have a look for the shots. Noisy will say thank you very much. And all of a sudden, this push in over towards the B site is not going to work. Pengy will be able to find 2. Have they overcommitted now, Undream? Do they know they're probably going to get squeezed? 2 versus 4, a difficult position to be in now, and not a great deal of time to work with here, Brody. They've given up a lot of map control, and Unravel is just going to take that and run with it. 6-4 now. Horus can find a round back. Still quite a mountain to climb here, but doable for the side of Horus Esports. This defensive side does seem stronger. Undream picked apart there.
Yeah, I'm going to say, shout out to Horus, because I think it's very easy to get over aggressive, right, when you've got the man advantage, and they didn't in that situation, right? They just let Undream come to them in the 2 versus 4 and won the round from there on out. Undream, no. Similar strategy to what we saw previously. No way, Mausen just got 4?
Run that back. How on
Did
earth
he
has
hit
he
4
managed
with
that?
1 bullet?
How on earth has he managed that? There is no way, surely.
He just hit 4 players with 1 single bullet.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to lie.
Zack Snyder would have put that thing in slow motion.
I was taking a drink and missed it. I'm furious.
Defend the objective.
I need to see a replay.
We need to see a replay.
We'll get that in the replay package for sure, but...
Yeah.
What?
I mean, that's just unprecedented. How on earth does that happen? And now all of a sudden, Undream, have you lost your heads, or has this just not been working? This slow pick apart. You're trying to look at B, but the utility's just not working for you. Something has to work, and it hasn't. They need this round to stop overtime being enforced. And Horus need this one to, well, send it to overtime. 1:20 to go. I think everybody's still reeling after that one.
I think even
will find
Undream...
the first blood. Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, even Undream, I think, are somewhat shaken by it, right? They're not getting aggressive in this round. You can definitely... I think they're trying to feel out Horus as opposed to just kind of hitting it, but they are slowly picking them off. As you said, yeah, it is definitely working the strategy. They feel confident enough now that they could overwhelm any player on site. They know that they're going to spread Horus thin. I don't realize how thin, though. Unravel trying to go under the map here. The route here, mid-tunnel, to try and get this post plant off, but there's going to be a wealth of corners you got to check.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Noisy. Yeah, he spots 1. There's another kill, and that might just solidify the round and solidify their place in the challenge season. Unless Kibu can find this 1 versus 5. 3 players left remaining. He finds 2. We're going to try and find some more. You're offering a couple of options up. A couple of shoulders may have been enough. Couldn't quite solidify it here with the Odin. But it just feels like the inevitable is coming. There it is. Undream 7-5, 2-0. And we'll be seeing them in the challenge season. I'm still thinking about that previous round, though. Was that a 4-man collateral? Irrelevant of what happens.
4-man collateral.
That might just be one of the best things you're going to see in COD Mobile. That it doesn't get any better. I mean, luck's on their side, but irrelevant of that, it isn't in the general scheme of things. We got to see that again. I'm so annoyed I was taking a drink. I literally went to grab my drink and didn't see it.
I was not expecting it. I was like, yeah, these guys are just going to hit the site, you know, we'll see what they can get done, and then just bang. 4 players are donezo straight into the dirt. It's
next
coming
round,
up.
Isn't it? It's this one coming up.
It's round 9, yeah. Oh wait, yeah. Well, okay, we didn't get to see it, but
no, it's this one. It's this one coming up next. Yeah, because we've seen Unravel find this, and this was it now, right?
No, he hits 1, and then he hits 3 for the collapse. Oh my goodness, that is crazy. Like,
wild.
That is genuinely something where they'd like CGI the bullet going through like 3 people's. Maybe this is too visceral for a podcast, but like 3 people's brains, you know. Like all the CGI blood and guts, you know.
We weren't going to shoot and game, mate.
Well, you know, we've had some strange requests over the years.
Undream take that one. I mean, Irrelevant and Mausen's heroics with the 3-man collateral. The job is done, and Undream, we will see you in the challenge season.
I mean, listen, if that's the energy that Horus Esports can carry into their next matchup, because don't forget, we're in the upper bracket. So while you guys are saying that Undream does make it through the challenge season, Horus is not out of it yet. They will just drop down to the lower bracket and end up playing against one of the teams who wins their first lower bracket match. A lot of those things are currently happening off stream right now. And when those results start to come in, if we have them, I'll make sure that after we get back from these matches, I update all of you on how that is going. For now, though, one match in the books. Quick 2 out of Undream, and they are the first team that we'll be seeing in the challenge season now. I mean, that's got to feel good for Undream, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think Undream, if they didn't make it into the challenge season, they would be very disappointed in themselves. I would be disappointing them, considering this is effectively like players that got all the way to grand finals last season, right? So, like, as I've said before, this is kind of like one of the 2 teams in the competition, I would say, that are like favorites to win the entire team. The other one being kind of the NA fall-offs or whatever their name is. So Undream qualifying, not a surprise. I will say, shout out to Horus Esports, because they actually did put up a real fight in the search and destroy. Like, you could tell that they were actually countering what Undream were doing. I'm not sure how much of that is just like actual deep level strategy or just like Coastal is a new map that teams are still kind of learning how to play. But still, it's going to be a kind of a difficult task taking on a team like Undream. So to play them that closely, I think does deserve some level of props. But Undream getting through, not a surprise to me. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. They're going to be our first team in.
Love it. Absolutely love to see it there, as we actually get through it in a pretty quick 2-0 fashion, which means we still have 3 more matches left, at least here on the main stream. Like I said, guys, we've got so many things happening off stream, and we'll be keeping you updated on how all of that is going as well. Before we get into our second match of the day, though, we're going to send it to a short break and let our teams get ready to roll into it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL. The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Hopefully you enjoyed that break as we prepare to get into our second match of the day here for North America in our open finals for Call of Duty Mobile. If you are just joining us, first match of the day was between Undream and Horus Esports out of our upper bracket. Undream is the first team to claim their spot in the upcoming challenge season, while Horus Esports will drop down into that lower bracket and wait to see who they have to face off against to try and stay alive and make their way through. But now we're going to be switching our focus to the next match between Mythic and Ultra. Does the logo look familiar to you, Ton, for Ultra?
I wouldn't like to possibly say.
Okay, I'm just throwing it out there.
Based out of Canada by any chance?
Yeah, exactly. It's
Squirrel.
a pretty popular city. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, let's see what they can bring to the table, because those could be some big shoes to fill if they're trying to make those claims. So we'll take a look at these roster. No, we're just gonna go straight into the picks and bands. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Straight into the picks and bands, okay? We'll start talking about it. Don't forget, it's best of 3.
Hey.
We're starting thing off with the Slums Hardpoint, Brody.
I'm so happy. I love Slums so much. It's such a fun map as well. I got to cast this the other day in UECE, and it was just like, honestly, it's like so fun. I was going to make a reference I definitely should be making on a primetime broadcast. It's fun. It's a fun time. I love Slums. It's great to have it in the best of 3. We've also got Tunisia and a takeoff control if we need to get there, which I'll be honest, hinting towards what these rosters actually look like and kind of what the history of these players are, like my very brief look up of these teams. There is actually a possibility that we do need the takeoff control in this series. So you never know. We'll see what kind of looks like through the best of 3, but it's nice to have a Slums at least to start us off here.
I probably last casted Slums in Hardpoint specifically in 2013.
Wow. That is a long time
ago.
Like,
No way.
Like a throwback tournament?
Possibly, but if I did, it wasn't memorable. So
are you saying you're saying specifically Slums Hardpoint, right?
Yeah, Slums Hardpoint. Okay, obviously, we did.
I was going to say,
yeah. But yeah, so that's going to be an interesting throwback. My word. But here we go. Like on Mythic, they're kind of the team we were looking at with a little bit of positivity in this one, going up against Ultra. I believe when we were just having a chat through some of the players there. So yeah, we're kind of leaning in that direction. But for the most part here, Ultra are a bit of an unknown as well, Brody, aren't they?
Yeah, there's kind of a little bit of history of both of these rosters. In the Ultra, I think looking specifically to the likes of Galex and Bot, I believe they are like the same players that used the same Ultra logo last season to try and qualify in Season 5 and were not successful in doing so. And on the other side, you've got team on Mythic, who are actually, like, for the most part, 3 of the 5 players on the... I'm going to butcher this pronunciation. It was like Cherry Siosos or something like that. Okay. And they did actually qualify for Season 5, but had to back out, and that's how Horus Esports ended up in Season 5. So, to be fair, like, these are 2 pretty good teams, and that's why I think there's probably a likelihood here that this is actually going to be a good matchup.
Love that. A little bit of something for Mythic to prove for themselves here too, knowing that potentially very capable of claiming this next spot in the challenge season, because this is another upper bracket match. So whichever of these 2 squads wins will be the second team that qualifies through, and whoever loses will still be alive in the competition, just dropping down into that lower bracket. And then we'll end up getting an update on how they go from there, because we'll be then switching our focus to the lower bracket for the last 2 matches of the day and seeing which teams qualify from that side of things. So it's going to be really exciting, because very different from EU. We're getting everything done for NA in one fell swoop here right now. You guys will know which of your teams are competing in the challenge season when everything is all said and done. So I think Undream will be waiting to see who they could potentially be facing off against when that happens in just a short week's time after all of this is said and done. So let's get into match number 2, because I believe Mythic and Ultra should be ready to go. So Brody and Ton, let's dive into it.
Well, here we go again, Brody. I wonder if we are going to get maybe a bit of a closer affair in this one. It's interesting to see Slums coming in there, though, and it again is... well, I say it's a new map for these teams. I wonder if any of them did play it like way back, or have had a chance to play it at some stage as well. So I'm intrigued to see how it's going to go down. But yeah, wow. I mean, this is a real throwback. It very much making me feel my age now. I mean, what were you doing? Like, what, 12 years ago.
Are you asking what age I was? Is that what
Yeah, how old would you have been?
I would have been when Black Ops 2 came out.
Oh, well, when the Black Ops 2 season would have been out, so like 6 months.
I would have been like 13. I would have been 13.
Oh,
Does that make you feel old? Is that
I mean, to be fair, I was only 20 in fact.
Yeah,
so that is so it's not very old. But yeah, wow. I mean, that's it's a big throwback to get slums in here as well. So that's gonna be interesting. But this is why I love Call of Duty Mobile. Like every single time we like change the maps up, it's like, oh yeah, what we throwing in this? Oh, your slums hardpoint instead of Hackney Yard as well. What a win this is! I mean, it's a win-win situation that we've had. We've done so well here. Water and the wine vibes. That's what I'm thinking.
Dude, I was literally about to make a joke that's just like, oh, think about all the amazing maps that we've had the chance to cast from like the best Call of Duty games over the years. You know, we got maps from Black Ops 2, we got Slums, we got Raid, we got Standoff, we got maps from Modern Warfare 2019. Oh boy. Oh, what a shame we don't get to cast Hackney Yard anymore.
I'm trying to think of any other possible good options that we could have had from Modern Warfare 19.
Gunrunner.
There's one. Gunrunner, that was it. Yeah,
Gunrunner is the only good map from that game.
Yeah, Gunrunner was objectively a very good map. Yeah, sadly we've got Hackney Yard. So, well, we don't anymore. That is the positive, but we do have Slums going to be coming up. Between these two teams, though, as you kind of mentioned, we've got players who have really pushed to get into the challenge season last year, at least anyway, on both sides of these teams. So both of them coming through the winners bracket here. This is not their final chance, but a chance for one of them to definitively make it this year. So let's see how things are going to go down between them. Should be closely matched game, but of course only a best out of 3. So interested to see if we do get to see Control, or is it just going to be the 2 maps again?
Yeah, I will say, like, so I'll expand on this a little bit, right? So you've got like Mythic and you've got Ultra, and talk a little bit of kind of like where we're at, because we've got a little bit of time, I think, before we actually get into the game. So for those of you guys who don't know, I think it was Badu, Dakota. I'm actually just reading this off my notes. Badu, Dakota, and Indra were the players that were on that Cherry Siosos roster, and they did qualify for last season. And then I can't remember what the reasoning for it was, but they like just did not end up playing in the tournament. And then obviously that's how Horus Esports got in. So like we know these guys are capable of qualifying, right? So like that's the key thing for me. I think here is just like, hey, they've done it once before, they can do it again. Obviously, the big question mark for me here, right, and I think for them as well, would be like, look, you move forward in this bracket to the next stage of the competition, like which team do you get? Because it really is a lottery, right? Like, I mean, let's say like this magical situation where like NA fall-offs, they end up losing their matchup and they go down the lower bracket. I mean, if you play them, you're in trouble, right? So like, it really is a lottery to see who you get. It's not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination if you do get through this matchup, but it certainly is, I think, a massive hurdle, considering, again, look at some of the names in this Ultra roster, again, like the likes of Galex and Bot, and they've been playing consistently in SPS over the last few years through qualifiers. Not an easy squad to take down.
Looking towards the losers bracket whilst we have a bit of time. Oh, actually, we've got no time whatsoever by the looks of things. It looks like we're going in. I was about to say from the losers bracket side of things, though, I mean, there are a couple of good teams in there as well. You know, you mentioned Onyx going up against Bobby Buck. It's a shame those two teams have kind of ran into each other. But there's some sharks in that losers bracket as well. But before we talk on that, we do have our losers bracket games coming up after this game. We will have 2 more qualifying games. This one is a qualifying game as well, into Slums Hardpoint. Can I even remember the rotation? We go middle, we go to... Honestly, I forget the names of certain locations on maps so easily over the years. I think I'm just getting old.
Did you forget the rotation? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't forget the rotation. Okay. I know where it's going.
The rotations.
I know where it's going, but yeah, I forgot the names of the rotation.
The dumpsters is like P3.
Yeah, of course.
There you go. That's it.
Yeah, we'll get there as we go on. But on Mythic with a very good start, irrelevant of that. 16 seconds on the board. High contestation over towards P1. No surprise to see that.
Yeah, I mean, P1 is always going to be a highly contested hardpoint in any given game, map. You're in P1 hardpoint. Like, it's always going to be a bit of a contest fest. Right now, though, I will say, Mythic are doing a really good job at like controlling the map. They have players inside blue. You've also got players just sat up top, and you're already starting to see streaks coming out from Mythic as well here a ton. This has been a phenomenal hold for them, and I think even more to the point here, right? You're 11 seconds on this hill. Ultra are on the wrong side of the map for the rotation, so this could be a really damning start to this game.
Yeah. Sometimes you can get an indication of how a game's going to go after the first couple of hills, right? And this is already looking pretty solid for on Mythic. A couple of kills going to come in from Memzo, though, and maybe Ultra just slow to the warm-up. The spawns are going to be pretty close here for the side of on Mythic as we get over towards P2. It's going to have to be a push down alleyway side to try and get them out. But when Badu has the War Machine out, that's going to be very, very difficult. 4 kills, 5 kills now coming through for the side of On Mythic, and this has been dominant so far. Close spawns still coming in from Ultra though, but the close spawns are straight into the side where the War Machine's holding it down, but only momentarily. 60 points to 0 so far. Ultra trying to find a way through the back.
And this is something I actually learned about Slum's Hardpoint recently on Call of Duty Mobile. So again, casting this new UC the other day, I got the chance to learn that actually getting these back spawns, while it was a good thing in Black Ops 2, is not necessarily a good thing in Call of Duty Mobile, because you can get spawn trapped very easily. You can fight this one from the front very easily as well. Yeah, they are very sticky spawns, and I think you're seeing that right now. Smoke's going down. I think that's Ultra bringing those down to actually try and get out of said spawn trap. So despite those spawns flipping, Ultra get what? I mean, maybe 10 seconds now as they get in towards the scrap. I was going to say 4 seconds, but they do double that. They go to 10 at the end of that kill. On Mythic are doing everything perfect right now. They held those spawns down perfectly on P2. They've rotated perfectly here for P3. And we know, back to Slum's Hardpoint from Black Ops 2 ton, there is an opportunity here to chain P3 and P4 together for a 120-second banger.
Yeah, On Mythic do play that well. It's that double-edged sword for Ultra of like, okay, well, we kind of need to push, but if we get stuck in the back spawn, then we're not in a great spot for P3. But On Mythic have played an absolute blinder so far. 40 seconds remaining here, specifically on this hill. Memzo is the only one who can answer back alongside Levio, but right now it is all on Mythic. About to break 100, the equalizers are out as well, and this is going to be causing absolute chaos. Dora doing sensational work, and this has just been so one-sided, investing so much just to make sure they can try and keep a hold of this rotation. They have lost the spawns towards the back by the looks of things. Bit of a split coming through for the side of Ultra, but with the 9 points they could take every single advantage they, well, really can do. At this moment in time, they ain't taking those opportunities though, Brody. On Mythic dominating so far.
Yeah, and once again, I mentioned that opportunity here, right, to chain together P3 and P4. You're now seeing On Mythic already starting to get control of the garage hardpoint. Salome is going to bring that Predator missile down for a couple of kills. The only couple of players really from Ultra that could have contested this hardpoint are swiftly removed from said contestant spot. And now you're starting to see those operators are well from On Mythic. Everything is firing on all cylinders right now for On Mythic. Ultra, though, going to get past the initial wave of operator shells being sent in their direction and now starting to use some operators of their own. Galex moving forward with the equalizer. That's not a lot to get out of it.
Yeah, it's just one. Whereas Dakota on the other side with the Purifier, not necessarily one of the more powerful. Finding 3. Obviously, it's pretty decent. It's a flamethrower, but it's those kind of differences that you see between these teams. And that will make a difference in the scoreline. Heavily contested here so far over towards P4, as it so often was in the past. And, well, it's going to be the only opportunity that Ultra have had to really pick up some good time here. 25 seconds to their name is the good time, by the way, which is me reaching at straws for them. But On Mythic now in a commanding position there, and a good setup here for a rotation over towards P2. But P1 coming up in the second rotation of hills, and they are in such a good spot.
Yeah, On Mythic have just totally dominated the first half. Ultra, the only, I guess, saving grace for them has been kind of what that last 20 to 30 second chunk of time on Garage Hardpoint. That's really been it. And now we're in the exact same position once again. Rogue Spawn does come through from Memzo. So keep an eye on him. I think now the second Rogue Spawn from Jogo as well. The call will be made considering Slalome's just spawned up towards the dumpster's side. But On Mythic are winning the gunfights regardless. Dakota able to find a couple of kills here and everything back to a normal. As On Mythic now dealing with the players moving towards the P2 rotation. There is one player that gets past, but nice read coming through, I think, from Salome to try and take that player down. On Mythic are plugging every single gap in the gameplay right now, and they're getting a wealth of time forward as well.
Yeah, and this is fluid gameplay on Slums. Looking solid at the moment for On Mythic. Dakota's able to find a couple here in the middle of the map as well before falling. But yeah, okay, well, look, when they get wiped, it's at the kind of perfect time. They have one player spawning out. That is actually going to be Dakota. He's going to be able to come around behind on the pinch. They are finding the kills irrelevant of him on his way as well. Time over towards P2 is about to be coming their way. Everybody pushing down the left-hand side, and yeah, you're just going to get lit up. Dakota will find 3. Spawns towards the back will be absolutely fine for now. On Mythic will look to flip, as mentioned. Unable to find a great deal, though, with the War Machine, but the equalizers are out, and he can find plenty. There's 3 already for Pildora. You're going to spawn them over towards the backside now as well. On Mythic to hold from the front. Wonderful work from them. They are dominating this game 1.
Pildora, the Explorer, out around the hard point. On Mythic Now looking for the back 30 seconds here. Shaoli going to find 3 though, and just as quickly as that 3 comes through, it's on Mythic immediately fighting back, and we're in a very similar situation that we had before right now. Ultra in those back spawns. You do not want to be in this position. You're constantly facing down the Odins of on Mythic, and they are finding the vast majority of these gunfights. Salame's trying to come through for those last 10 to 15 seconds of time, and look, even though they don't get it, that's ultimately not the end of the world, right? Because they can just rotate away to P3. On Mythic right now are showing teams how to play Slums Hardpoint. And granted, I think, you know, there's not as much maybe resistance as you'd get playing the likes of NA Fall-Offs or Undream. This is still a masterclass, I think, in actually how to manipulate spawns here on Slums Hardpoint.
And I think on Mythic are reminding me as to why this was just such a good hardpoint map. It's so punishing. You make one misstep, all of a sudden there's a 60 points on your forehead, and then all of a sudden you've got to run through the purifier of Dakota, who has been insane for his team. 35 kills and make it 36. There you go. They're probably going to find some more with this as well. That's a 1 or 2. Make it 37. Dakota having a stormer. On Mythic running away with this one. They're 25 seconds away from closing this one out, and Ultra won't be the first team who are going to get 100-point clubbed on Slums.
Yep, feels like this is what is this, Farico Epsilon vibes? Is that the reference we're going for here?
Yeah, Epsilon did it to them, the first team to beat them on Hardpoint, if I remember, on this map specifically. Mad Cat, Jaden Cole. Oh, you're taking me back now, buddy.
I feel like you're having like one of those euphoric, like...
I'm having like a crisis here. This feels so long ago.
It was, mate. It was 10 years ago. It was actually 12 years ago. Oh, God, that's so long ago. Anyway, on Mythic are about to win this game. Ultra, they're trying to make their way through the front of the hard point. I don't necessarily think anything of note is going to happen here. 52 frags from Badu. He is a Badu man. And Ultra looking for a way in. They will get it with a couple of kills from Shaoli with the War Machine. But again, when you're at this stage of the game and on Mythic just needs 3 seconds, it's going to happen at some point. Ultra, just let it happen.
Into the point to go, putting up a decent fight by the looks of things towards the end, but is it going to be enough? I mean, they are so far behind. On Mythic trying to find one final break to put the nail in the coffin of this one. Contestion will come through. It's just hard to find that break. You need to find a full man wipe, and right now it's just staggered across the board, but 1 second is all it took on Mythic. 250 is reached before we see anything from Ultra even near 100 points. Fantastic work from the side of our Mythic. That is as dominant as you could possibly want on Slums. They manipulated it as well as they possibly could. Fantastic performance, and they will be heading into the Search and Destroy, strong favorites to solidify their place in the Snapdragon Challenger season this year. I mean, that is just very solid all around, buddy. Not really a great deal to write home about for Ultra, right?
10 out of 10, no notes. That is like a 2012 Olympics Tom Daley performance right there. That was a solid Slums Hardpoint. And yeah, I think we were saying it right, because it's just like the perfect manipulation of the spawns, right? And again, you have to ask those questions of like, Slums Hardpoint has just been introduced in the rotation, so how much of it is like teams kind of learning it for the first time, the way in which it plays on Call of Duty Mobile. But like, just fundamentally speaking, everything from on Mythic was pretty much perfect, right? I mean, like, from the word go, they knew what side of the map they had to control for the PT rotation, didn't let anybody from Ultra past the 50-yard line. PT rotation, flip the spawns out to Ultra spawning in the back line, spawn trap them for what was almost basically a full 60 on that hill. And then, of course, I talk about kind of that P3 to P4 chain as well. Basically got all 120 seconds, which led to, I think it was, what, a 150-point lead going into the second set. Like, that is perfect Slums Hardpoint for on Mythic. Absolutely perfect. And teams are going to have to wise up to that, because it does play so simply, but there is an art to it to a certain degree. But there you go. That is map number 1 over towards on Mythic. And kind of from the get-go, I mean, we see that from what P1, and we both made the comment of, right, okay, well, you can usually tell how this game is going to go based on how the opening exchanges went, and they went all the way of on Mythic. So they will take that map number 1. Map number 2 going to be coming up shortly, though, Brody. I believe we're going over to Tunisia. Again, it is a very classic S&D map, at least when it does come down to Call of Duty Mobile. So, yeah, let's see how things are going to work out this time around. Can you maybe find something here, Ultra? Because by the looks of things, that kind of deficit in a hard point usually dictates which way a series is going. But we have seen stranger things, of course. Yeah, like, I think the thing is, right, in like regular mainline Call of Duty, right, which is always difficult to kind of categorize against Call of Duty Mobile, it's like, generally speaking, you can always say, like, yeah, you know, you'll have like S&D teams, right, that maybe don't do so well in respawns because there's like dedicated S&D players. But like in Call of Duty Mobile, that's just not the case, right? There's very rarely teams that are good at search and destroy and terrible at hardpoint and control. So it's going to be difficult to try and find a positive to talk about. Maybe Ultra are one of those rare teams, but we'll see. Maybe things are different in search and destroy. I certainly hope so. I want a more competitive back end to this series. Reminder, folks, these are best of 3 matches here in North America. So on Mythic, they win this game, they are through to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season 4, Season 6. Now looking for the start here, are Ultra on the offense, and we've spoken about it time and time again, Ton. I mean, offenses on Tunisia are incredibly difficult to do. Pildora with the opening bud would be everything, and the Tundra is going to beat the R9 here.
Lovely stuff. And just to find it pretty early. Team names are flipped over towards the top side, so it will be on Mythic, the ones on the attack. Ultra looking to try and find some defensive rounds. Memzo patrolling around the middle of the map. Trying to find something for the Ultra side, but is the damage already done with these numbers no longer available for the side of Ultra? 5 versus 3 in favor of on Mythic.
You've got the numbers here.
Bomb has been planted.
You're going to get that bomb down if you're on Mythic. Ultra now need to find a way back in. Going to be 2 players through the middle cut, 1 player around the back line. Showly with the Tundra. That smoke will make things difficult for the players coming through the Shaoli around the back line. Not going to get anything done. Dakota sees the players outlined through the smoke. Do not have the X-ray, by the way, that we get as Codcasters, and takes those players down very swiftly. How about that for a statement start to this one from Mythic?
Defend the objective.
Yeah, there's something about an attacking round on Tunisia that is still quite difficult, but a 5-man clean, perfect one. Not an easy thing to do. Now for on Mythic. Can you do it again? It looked like the utility went out over towards A. Hasn't really baited anything out. You can see Indra over towards B. Maybe flirting with the idea of, well, try and find a pick and maybe you can make a move over towards that side. But right now, I mean, Ultra were sitting tight until Pildora does that. Jogo gets taken down rather quickly, and that might just open up A.
Man, look at this aggression from Memzo, though. A really nice reaction coming out from Memzo, right? Reaching deep into the B site to deal with the pressure. The problem is, though, I think that's kind of like a drop in the ocean as far as the actual situation is concerned here, right? Because Ultra still have presence towards A. They actually, technically speaking, have numbers in this situation as well. You're in a 3 versus 2. Ultra on the defense, I should say. Kind of stuck here without numbers.
Yeah, my issue is, though, is that, yeah, Ultra on the defense, there's only 2 of them over towards this A side. If on Mythic hit this well, 2 players still over towards this B side from Ultra. I know we know where they are, so that obviously does help, but typically you can keep 1 player over towards the B side, and that is what they're going to do. Investing a little bit more over towards A at just the right time, because on Mythic have started to make their move. Need to find the first player if you're on the attacking team. You haven't been able to do that. Pildora will fall. Dakota will find 1, though. Dakota will find 2. How on earth has this happened? Now all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 2. That bomb will be going down. It will go down. Charlie will give this one up. It's a 2v2 retake needed by Ultra.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot coming through from Salome. Shaoli down for the count. And you're going to kind of presume here that the other player should be coming from where Shaoli was. But the time that it's taken Memzo to get to the site might make Mythic rethink this. R9. Not a lot of ways to play this one. Has to jump out towards Salome. That's going to open him up to Dakota, and Dakota will close out the round. So, again, Ultra, I think, just kind of had to spread their wings a little bit in that search and destroy round, or Mythic, excuse me. Ultra on the defense was spread thin and ended up losing the round for it. So, Mythic, 2 rounds on the bounce here on offense here, Tom.
Good position to be in. It's not as cut and dry as it used to be, at least at the top level, right? I mean,
Right.
We've seen 6-6s as far as defenses go, right? You know, we've seen all defensive rounds go one way, but it definitely feels as if teams have started to figure it out a little bit more, especially at the top level. Is it translating here into the Open Finals for North America? Well, so far so good for on Mythic in terms of absolutely everything. The attacking rounds are going their way. Just a reminder for you guys at home, the graphics are switched over towards the top side. I'll tell you one thing that is looking good, though, is on Mythic. They've managed to break this one apart. 4 versus 3 now, over towards this side on the attacking side. You got 2 players actually over towards A side, waiting for the flank to come through, and Shirley's able to find a kill. Make it a 3 versus 3. This is doable now for Ultra.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Indra, I just sit there. I do not even peek. There's literally no reason for you to be peeking right now because you're going to give away a lot. You give away your presence, and it basically gives up the jig that you've got players coming on the flank. Now it has anyway. Those players have been spotted out. Time for Indra to go. Not going to be able to get anything done. And now you're really stuck in a tight spot if you're Dakota and Salome, right? Because you have to go and retrieve that bomb. And I think crucially here, you've only really got 30 seconds to make this happen. So this has to be perfect.
Well, Dakota will find one. Oh, he's found the angle as well. Oh my goodness me. Joga now left in a 1 versus 1. Is he going to be able to find the shots here as well? It's going to come down to this gunfight, Salami. I mean, that is ridiculous.
Ready up.
A sniper shot to kick things off. The round is done and dusted. I probably butchered the name. On Mythic, absolutely cruising here. 3 to the good.
Yeah, that's phenomenal from On Mythic. Phenomenal clutch, right? Again, has to be said, there was a lot of pressure on them in that situation. I said it right, over 30 seconds on the clock. Had only 1 shot, they took it, and they scored. So this is now, what, 3 rounds in a row from On Mythic on the offense. Ultra have looked so thin. And even now, I mean, look at the way that they're spread across the A site, right? Not a single person is under the pillars. Everybody is pulled all the way back. Try and play as safe as possible. That is a 1-for-1 trade towards the side. Information for Ultra, but losing another player and losing another one by way of Badu is so difficult to swallow. Now, last couple of players moved away, and Indra is on the hunt for them.
Reflank coming through. Playing on that island. It's going to work out for Indra. There you go. It's a freebie. Bomb will be going down over towards A very, very shortly, and Shirley will be joining his teammates, he would like to think. On Mythic, absolutely cruising here in the Tunisia Search and Destroy, and in the series. It's looking like a 4-0 attacking lead. And that is just feeling insurmountable now for Shirley, especially in this situation, but fantastic shot onto Badu. And all of a sudden, yeah, let's see what that nade finds. I don't mind the angle. Doesn't hit anything. So still a lot of work to do with 20 seconds to play for. Not going to happen. Pildora with another on Mythic with another 4-0 up here. Making light work of Ultra.
That was Badu in that round, finding those 2 kills in the middle of the map. I think that was the problem for Ultra. Just making it look so easy at the moment or on Mythic.
They have the bomb.
And again, bear in mind, I know Tunisia's Search and Destroy has been in the rotation for a fair amount of time now, so teams have gotten a lot better offenses, but 4 offensive rounds in a row flawlessly is staggering. Ultra are being bullied right now. Shaoli, all on his lonesome. Need to see a phase 5 clip at him right now. The Tundra, and he is just going to back the hell down, because why would you even try challenge on Mythic at the moment?
And chase that out. They will get traded. 2 players on the flank. Only one of them can cause issue. Dakota will find another kill. This bomb will go down a B. Big flank coming through, though. Jogo, oh, he can't quite pick the right shot. Memzo will find one. Shirley from behind, though. So Indra and Dakota have got a lot of work to do. Dakota even more. 1 versus 2.
Players starting to try and collapse on him. The smoke going to help out for the first kill. It's not going to help out for the second. Memzo gets it done with the R9, and Ultra finally on the board here. And, you know, it has to be said, Mythic did everything right off the rip, right? They only had 1 player to deal with on the defense to actually take out of the site. They forced that player out of the site. The retake from Ultra is just better. And that's finally something positive to talk about for Ultra. Something we haven't really had the chance to do so far in this Search and Destroy, even really in this series. There is potentially light at the end of the tunnel for this roster, and they've got to turn that light on a little bit more, it has to be said, because they already got 1 more defensive round to work with.
Right, okay. I mean, how has Indra found this kill on the Memzo? Isn't able to do anything about the pressure that comes through, and that could have been something. You find a kill, you stay alive and whine. All of a sudden, you've maybe got something going, but it's not looking great. Galax will reconnect, so Shwali does have some company, but it's a 2 versus 4 retake over towards A. Yeah, you need to let that grenade go, son. It connects, and it will cause some issue to Indra, who will have to back on down, but, well, sadly, Indra's grenade just hit that little bit harder. Eldora holding this angle now. Shwali left alone again. 5-1. That is a phenomenal attacking return out of on Mythic. They'll move over towards the defensive side and cruise control in this game.
Defend the objective.
And this is, again, so difficult. Ultra have to now chain some offensive rounds together, and I don't even know really if they're going to have the confidence to do anything particularly pervasive. And that is definitely not the case. I mean, look at these arrows right now, mate. It's like they're stuck in mud. They do not want to be the ones to make the first move and potentially the first error.
What's going to be the play, though? You're the ones that have to make the move. Seems like B is the angle. And unfortunately for you, it's a dangerous place to be. Sniper shots coming out from our Mythic once again. They only need 2 more rounds to solidify their place in the challenge season. Memzo, though, will catch Dakota knocking a little bit there.
Watch out, flash.
Runs through the middle of the map and is caught pretty easily. Stun out. All of a sudden, a little bit of confidence behind Ultra, maybe.
Shot from Pildora, not going to connect. Fortunately enough, there is a player in the middle of the map to help them out with that. And those going to take the long route here towards the B site. This is Ultra's site of attack. Nobody from Mythic is actually on the site just yet. Except from Badu at the back of the map. He will find that first blood. Badu even getting that trade enables the second player on towards the site. Undream now, he looking to surprise these players. Can he get it done? There's number 1. Doesn't even need the second because Pildora gets it done. And on Mythic again, I mean, just the teamwork we're seeing right now from Mythic Ton is excellent. It is exactly what you want to see out of an NA SPS team. And they are just 1 round away from being one.
This has been dominant, hasn't it, really? Mythic have committed over towards the A side, invested absolutely everything. And Ultra have done the same, but on the other side of the map. So the attacking team are going to have an opportunity here to get this bomb down. It is now going down. It's going to have to be a 5v5 retake for on Mythic. It's not the easiest thing to do, but they're going to corner them from both sides. Ultra have not expanded out. They're going to sit tight. They're going to have to win all their gunfights.
It's not happening towards the site. It looked good for the moment. Salome and Dakota, though, going to trade right back on out. Number 1v1's happening. Jogo and Gaelic's going to win theirs, and Salome now has to pull off an incredible 1 versus 3. Going to get tagged up. It feels like there might just be light in Ultra yet. But again, even with that situation, Ton, even with that 1 round, you still got to find 4 more from absolutely nowhere.
We have the bomb.
It's a very difficult thing to do. Never mind on attack on Tunisia. Oh, and you lose your first player almost immediately. Ultra get blessed in that previous round a little bit just because of the commitment from on Mythic. It was a bit of a coin toss for both 2 teams. It worked out for Ultra. As will that shot. Pildora will get taken down. 4 versus 4 now. You bring this round back. All of a sudden, things maybe looking rosier. Dakota, oh, he didn't see the player who was pushing over towards that side. So somebody managed to find a flank. Yeah, they've got an angle on him, but Dakota's just locking it down all on his own. 2 versus 1. Shwali needs to find it if you want to stay in the winner's bracket. It's not going to happen on Mythic. But your second team confirmed into the challenge season with a dominant win over Ultra. A very, very impressive performance, and I'm really looking forward to see how they're going to look over the regular season, Brody. That was impressive.
It was really good. Again, like in Search and a Story, they were really well put together, and the Hardpoint as well. We already talked about that. Just how good they look as a roster. You know, I think something that I do think separates kind of the best teams in Call of Duty Mobile from the rest, as it were, right, is just simply having the teamwork to make a map yours. And we saw it time and time again there from, on Mythic, whether it would be kind of penetrating a site as a roster, you're making sure that you kind of hit things at the right time, or even kind of retaking in certain scenarios. They were constantly doing things as a roster. Does also help that we saw some individual heroics time and time again as well. On Mythic, seem to have all the right ingredients for a hell of a recipe moving forward into SPS. So I'm glad that they're in. They look like a really good roster, and it feels like they could be a competitive roster moving forward.
Really?
Sorry,
Lauren. I didn't even know you were there.
I was lurking. I'm sorry. I got really excited to pop back in because while we had another quick 2-0 here, and congratulations to On Mythic, one of the storylines that we did talk about heading into this was, of course, trying to keep up with what Bobby Buckets Dino Nuggets have going on. And unfortunately, I think that they were trying to mount a little bit of a comeback there. It was a close back and forth, but didn't go their way here, Brody. I'm really sad right now.
Same. Honestly, Bobby had one job. Just the one. It was just beat a world championship player. That's all you needed to do. We didn't ask for much, right? And they just couldn't get it done. Now, my understanding was, obviously, we can't watch this series when we're casting games. My understanding was that the Hardpoint was a pretty close affair for the first set, and then the second set again, just as Hassie and the Hardpoint seems to go, their opposition just started to walk away with things. And that does seem to be what's happening here, right, Turner? People just kind of get a footing for the game. Bobby just started to lose control.
Well, I don't want to point any fingers here, right?
Yeah?
I don't.
Is that 11 kills? Is that 11?
Whoa.
11?
Hey.
11. That's crazy.
That's a statistical mistake. That's the game's fault. It's a graphics error.
Graphics error. I'm done with it.
I've got Bobby's back. I can't see that. That part of the screen's broken for me.
15 now.
That's big numbers. Big numbers from Blobby plays. 14 and 45? Are we?
Listen, you guys can't do any better, okay?
True, it's very true. Hey, look, listen, the Search and Destroy was a lot better. I did kind of pop in here between maps because this is where they were at, I think, when we finished the first series. And these guys did dominate this map as well. So I think, again, you get to something like Search and Destroy, and the fundamentals from Bobby Buckets Dino Nuggets were coming to play. These guys were playing on top form. Tyrese up there with 14 frags showing up. And then this control. I popped into Bobby's stream. They were 2-0 down. I knew what was going to happen. It was an inevitability. But you know what? Look, we kind of take the mickey a little bit, but at the end of the day, you're literally facing players like Coldest, Chagga, Awaken, all of which are they are some of the best players right now in North America. It's so difficult to take them down. And I said this looking at the bracket, right? It's just any other team, literally any other team, and they probably would have caught. We would be looking at Bobby Buckets Dino Nuggets in Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But, not all fairy tales have a good ending.
Unfortunate.
Close. Maybe next time, okay? One of these seasons, we are going to see Bobby Buckets Dino Nuggets in the challenge season, in the challenge finals. It's going to happen. And like you've said, Brody, it literally could have been any other team, and they would have been just fine to make their way through and qualify into the challenge season. And then we'd be talking about Bobby for 4 weeks long.
We can talk about him anyway if you want. I love me some Bobby. But yeah.
That's
unfortunate fair. One for them, going up this really strong opposition. So yeah, and another try. Maybe next season, Bobby, we can get him in.
This close.
Crossed.
This close.
I'm so sad. Just won one game, just one match of casting Bobby plays on broadcast. Just one. I don't ask, but we got to do it in San Francisco, to be fair. So I was happy for that. We did. So yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the one time I'm going to get to cast Bobby plays in my entire career. Is just that one time. Never again.
We'll just have to get him onto the show maybe in the future and be able to talk to him that way. Who knows? We'll see how that goes. We could do a little weekend celebrity stream with Bobby. I don't know. You'll have to stick around for the rest of the challenge season to find out if that happens, won't you? For now, we still have 2 more matches left on the day on our schedule. Our upper bracket matches are now done, which means we're going to be turning our focus down towards that lower bracket, see how our teams have done here so far, which ones have made their way through, and who we're going to be spectating to get their spots in the challenge season. Before we do that, though, it's time for another short break, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
No, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignore the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all, we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're halfway through our North American Open finals, at least with our matches here on the main broadcast, which means we finished our two upper bracket matches we were going to be watching, and now we're going to be turning our attention towards that lower bracket. We've put two teams through to the challenge season so far, and the next match will also be doing the exact same thing. This time it will be between Stylum and Kaya. So we're going to be able to start talking about these two squads. Now, just for everybody at home, refresher, these teams that we're now watching, as you'll see reflected here in this lower bracket, have already been playing. So they're a little bit, I guess, warmed up, if you will. Kaya coming through in 2-0 fashion out of that lower bracket, and Stylum actually dropping down into the lower bracket from our upper bracket, having played up against the NA fall-offs that we had talked about at the top of show, Chris.
Yeah, so that's a tough matchup straight out of the gate, and probably not one of the easiest matchups either going into the loser bracket. So yeah, should be interesting. I mean, look, you always kind of put more stock in those teams who have been in those upper bracket games, but yeah, you're coming off a loss and you have to switch it up pretty quickly. Best out of 3, not much room for mistakes. It's a tough place to be in here in the losers bracket in the final chance to make it to the challenge season.
And we always wonder what our squads can do with a little bit of momentum under their belt, regardless of what the performance before was. At least they're coming in a little bit warmed up as opposed to playing cold. So this should be interesting to see what these teams can do. We'll start talking about the rosters of the squads, starting with Kaya here, Birdie.
Yeah, it's difficult at this point because we don't really know many of these names. So, like, it's interesting. Actually, looking at the logo, I can, like, confirm this is the same organization as Kaya Nation from last season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. I don't believe it's any of the same players, though. So this is a totally new squad. Don't recognize any of the play names. And spoiler alert, I'm going to say the exact same thing about their opposition as well. So this is, like, truly, like, a matchup of, like, we have no idea what to expect here.
And for all we know, that might be the one match that ends up surprising us. We'll have to see exactly what they do as we swap over to Stylum's roster as well and get those names up on the screen so we can see if anyone in chat is familiar with these squads and rooting for them as we get ready to dive into the matchup. And just so everybody knows, because these two teams are coming from previous matches, it also means that we are waiting on those picks and bans to come through, as they're going to be having to do those live now in comparison to having their matches set at the top of the day. So now we get a chance to look at some of these squads here too. And really, because this is a deciding match here, Ton, it doesn't even matter if we don't know the individual players. They're setting the stage for what their performance could be heading into challenge season.
Exactly. You kind of took the words from our mouth. It's a good opportunity for us to learn about these two teams and who is going to be going through. Obviously, we're going to get a first-hand view of exactly how they got there. So, yep. Okay, if we didn't necessarily know too much about them, we will know plenty about one of these teams in particular in about 6 weeks' time, because we are going to get a chance to watch them over the whole entirety of a season. Another knockout game. But the difference is from the previous games that we had, guys, obviously they were games to get to the challenge season, but you still had an opportunity to go again if you lost. There are no more opportunities now. It is do or die in these next 2 games.
Yeah, we've completely swapped off our upper bracket matches, as those have now they should be completed, and we're looking at the lower bracket. So we've gotten an opportunity to push some more teams through to challenge season, and next time we take a look at the bracket, we'll be able to highlight those as well. But now we're focusing on the bottom here, and it's do or die. Last opportunity to get to the next stage of the competition. And really, we talk about this a lot, and we haven't really mentioned it here yet, Brody, but sometimes it's not even necessarily about the challenge season specifically. You know, these teams are looking to all the way to the championship. At the end of the year, they're trying to get through and see what they can do against the regional competition, and will they be one of the best in the region?
Yeah, like this is a talking point we're going to constantly come back to, right? As we go through this challenge season, it's like, look, North America as a whole right now is in a pretty dire spot, right? Like, you look at kind of where the regression has been over the last couple of seasons, right? Like, North America has kind of gone from getting, what was it, top 4 in like 2023 World Championships to top 8 was the placement, LG in 2024, and kind of NA needs fresh blood, like, really badly at the moment. A lot of players are now making a move to China for China Masters. Like, there have been a lot of players retiring as well. I mean, to be fair, there's also been a lot of players like Vegi retire like every day. So like, there's a lot for NA, and I think fresh blood is desperately what we need. I'm not expecting the world out of these teams, right? I'm not expecting, like, you know, their long-term goals can be like, hey, we want to get to like the top level of Call of Duty Mobile by the end of the year. That's not going to happen. But I certainly think, like, long-term, you're looking at teams that down the line can be new competitors for North America, can be fresh blood that I think should desperately. But on the whole, NA, you got to pick things up, guys, because you're going to be Europe before you know it.
Dang, bro, no faith. They've got time here. All right, they've got time to make those improvements, Ton.
haven't even qualified for the challenge season yet. No, but look, he's right. Like, this is kind of a discussion we wanted to have as far as some of the top talent are moving to different regions to see what they can do with other teams. And again, it just kind of reminds me of when the generic Call of Duty esport side of things, obviously on console, now on PC, that was kind of the same. At one stage, Europe absolutely sucked. Like, we were terrible in the grand scheme of things. Like, a team would get a top 4 at an event, and we'd be celebrating that. But then slowly, as time went on, teams started going over towards North America to stay out there for a little while, because that's where the main competition was, and they would start doing really well at events. And then, okay, we finally won an event, and we won a couple more, and now European players are at the top of the game. The European challenger scene was really, really good. It's kind of one of those things that a rising tide raises all ships. If everybody starts getting better, playing against better competition, then you come back, you start getting better, you're playing against better competition, and so on and so forth. So it should all be positive for every single scene, with players amalgamating to other regions.
Absolutely. And I think overall, everyone long-term just wants this competitive scene to continue to grow, to get bigger in every single region, to start pulling a larger pool of competitors, and just making across the board everyone have to continuously improve to even be able to keep up with what everyone is bringing to the table. So this is just the beginning of that, as we're obviously in open finals, but we'll talk about it all through challenge season, get a better idea of it in challenge finals. And then, we go again later on in the year, and we'll start to really see those storylines kind of writing themselves. Which teams are going to rise to that occasion? Will they be able to bring their region back into the global conversation when we're at the end of the year? I think that's what everyone is constantly questioning as we are getting through each stage of this competition. And of course, in order to get there, you have to make it through today. You have to be one of those teams that clinches a challenge spot. Then you need to be in the top half of that to make it to challenge finals. So it doesn't get any easier once you qualify through after the open finals here today. And I know that with the previous success that North America had back in the day, they would absolutely love to be back on top and kind of being at least a possibility for those teams to hoist the trophy above their heads. So, Chad, thanks so much for hanging out with us while we're just waiting here to get these picks and bans through as our two teams prepare for match number 3. And if you're just joining us and you were listening to us talk about all things Call of Duty Mobile, we're specifically waiting on Stylum and Kaya for match number 3, teams out of our lower bracket who have their last opportunity now to either qualify through to challengers or be knocked out of the competition. We've already done our 2 upper bracket matches here on the main broadcast so far, and the 2 teams that we watched solidify their spots were Undream and on Mythic. So if you missed those, you can always go back and check the VOD, see those performances, and as well the VOD for EU, which we did earlier in the day, because they've also started their open finals here today. But it looks like our players need just a little bit more time to get themselves set up for match number 3. So we're going to send it to a quick break, grab a snack, get some drinks, and get ready to settle in. We'll be right back.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Thanks so much for hanging with us while we prepare for match number 3 here at the Snapdragon Pro Series for our North American Open Finals between Stylum and Kaya, who are now ready, in fact, to get into their match. So we're going to take a look at those picks and bans. Don't forget, this is a best of 3, so we'll see what they've chosen for their maps here, kicking things off with an Arsenal Hardpoint. And
Yep, love to see Arsenal Hardpoint. Nice and simple one for these teams as well. It's one they should be... I know it's new, but used to in the sense that you'll have seen it and played it before. Tunisia, Search and Destroy, then coming up map number 2, Raid Control. It's pretty standard across the board.
all right, well, we've already been waiting long enough to get into match number 3, so we don't want to make you wait any longer, chat. Brody, let's dive into it.
Here we go then, mate. I'm curious. I know. I thought she was talking to you. I thought you wanted to maybe say something.
She just looked at me like, "What are you doing?"
Maybe it's getting to those delirious hours. We're not quite there, but we're getting along the road now. Soon, Tia. But let's see, because this one is one of those cool games where we kind of don't know what to expect, right? I suppose that is kind of how open finals typically can go. You find these teams who are going to be part of your challenge season. You don't know too much about them. Well, we're going to get to find out what one of these teams are like over the next 5 weeks. But it is only going to be one of these teams, though, Brody. This is the last opportunity for them to qualify.
Yeah, it absolutely is. This is, as we've said multiple times now, do or die moment. You are in the lower bracket and you only have one shot at survival, one shot at continuing your journey through Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series for 2025. Oh boy, this is it. And as we said, you know, at least it's kind of like a regular map set, if you will. Arsenal Hardpoint is very easy to understand. You know, we're moving into a kind of a regular map set through the last couple of maps in the best of 3 as well. So it's a couple of battlegrounds here that these guys should know well. But is it going to be enough to make this a competitive game? We literally don't know. As we get into Arsenal Hardpoint, I'm curious to see kind of what to expect from these guys. Who's going to be the standout players from these two teams, though?
Let's see. For Kaya, obviously that organization has been part of this region. It's been part of this process for a little while, and well, they're the ones that have had the better start. A few kills coming on through. See how things are going to play out here. But for Stylum, can you manage to find a comeback into this point? Yes, you can. So back and forth kind of indicates we may well have a good game on our hands here, Brody.
Yeah. It seems like a pretty good start from both of these two teams. Now, though, it's going to be Stylum in control. We've discussed kind of at length from previous games how difficult it is to get in towards the point. Smokes have been a pretty popular way in, and well, Kaya managed to find their way through in those smokes and then immediately follow up with a plethora of USS 9 kills that give them control to the back 15 seconds now. An opportunity here to take an early advantage in this game for Kaya. You've got Stylum spawning out on the opposite side of the map to that rotation towards P2 for Kaya. Here an opportunity to try and catch them on the rotation as well.
Oh, that was a bit of just a bad timing for Hafty. Hefty, Hufty. It could be anything, to be honest with you, with the X.
I hate
I'm gonna go with
X's
Hefty
so much.
I'm going to go with Hefty. I feel like that's a bit more of a British... Is it more of a British word? Is Hefty in? It's used in the US language?
Is that a Britishism?
It is. It definitely feels that way. Anyway, here we go. Zealous will get the Unstall missile in. Kaya just about trying to keep themselves in contention here over towards the backside. 40 seconds to go. Stylum with the spawns towards the back, though. Hotly contested. However, Kaya will find a couple of kills. And can they lock them out?
Well, Kaya, a good opportunity to do this here. Those back spawn control is something we haven't seen in a while, but Stylum are going to overwhelm them once again, down to the smokes being thrown towards the hard point. Tillin will come through for a couple of kills, and Stylum desperately trying to fight their way through towards this time. Those back spawns continuing, allowing Stylum players to move forward is a pain in the backside, but not for Prayer. Q doesn't need to pray for the kills. We'll find 3 for the scrap time. That is a big amount of scrap time to take away. If you're Kaya, to be honest, I'm really happy with that one, right? You fought that one from the front, you pushed Stylum back towards the spawn, and actually got a fair amount of spawn control off the back of it, and now you've got the rotation.
Really good job from Kaya. And can they hold this down? A couple of players weak over towards that point. Wang, will find 2. Ecstasy trying to find more than just a couple of kills yet. Managed to get 3 with the War Machine, so that's going to open things up. Gets 4 after he drops, so really good job. But Kaya are able to answer back pretty handily here. Yeah, okay, you're pushing towards the backside. Okay, you find the 4 with the War Machine. We talk about the investment and talk about it working, but you need to make sure you find the kills after as well. And that is a really nice hold from Kaya. Spawns have now flipped around. They should be well aware of that. But it's a nice 50-point lead at this moment in time. Yeah, Brody, looking very, very nice for the side of Kaya.
Yep. Seeing utilization of the operators as well for Kaya, and that utilization is going to back them the last 10 seconds of time on the hard point. I'm really liking what we're seeing from Kaya at this point in time. Stylum are going to be the first one to touch on the new hard point, though. Go with the AA guns here for the rotation towards new. They haven't got anybody pushed up towards that left side. You really do kind of need somebody pushed up in that direction, and nobody's really willing to do it. So they're affording a lot of space towards Kaya, having now to bring out their operators. It's Fiction for Stylum, gonna get cut short. Kaya now managed to make their way through. This is not as solid as you'd like if you're a Stylum, and I think it's because they don't have players towards every single side of the point.
Yep. They don't seem to be locking it in right now. I think it's Ecstasy is the only one who's really doing a great deal on the side of Stylum. And again, we don't like to try to lean into kills too much, but when you don't know the team that well, you see one guy's got 19 kills, somebody else has got 4. There's a disparity there. There's something not working. Whereas Kaya, everybody really chipping in. Hefty's only got 6, but everybody else is getting the job done. But there you go. That's a nice break for Stylum for the sake of 15 seconds. Over towards New. just seeing how this one's going to go. Because the push is going to come through in a second, but is the setup going to be there? It looks so good so far for the side of Kaya. They can hold this down. They're keeping players towards the back. Wang going to come in with the overcover now for Tilson, who's already been taken down. Spawns towards the back for Stylum. It's kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it? You're closer, but you can also get farmed here, Brody.
Yeah, Stylum with those back spawns could well be in danger. They do deal with the threat, though. That's a wave of gunfights against Kai Nation, and that is a big wave of gunfights to get. Rogue spawn comes through from Hefty, though. I don't necessarily think that Stylum will expect this. Hefty can find some value with this one. Now manages to catch a player off guard. Goes towards the point while the rest of the players on the other side. Prayer gets shut down. Doesn't matter, though. The rest of the squad from Kaya are finding value. And look, I mean, Hefty doesn't do that much in the grand scheme of things, but is enough of a distraction that allows the rest of the team in through for the front.
Sensational work. They're going to be heading into a second rotation, no doubt, with a lead. It was back and forth at P1, but since then, Kaya have just started stretching away, haven't they? Flexing their muscles just a little bit, but here we go. This is a little bit more like it from Stylum. A big investment going to come through, and you can get some really good time here at P1. It's just about to pop, but they are around 60 seconds behind. Some good time here would do a really good job of putting a big dent in that difference.
Hardpoint continues.
Yeah, Stylum need to kind of get something going right now. Tracing down Kaya. Kaya now with Hefty, with the War Machine pre-firing down range. Isn't enough to actually find any kills just yet. I think the smoke is obfuscating quite a lot of his point of view. Doesn't matter now, switching from side to side. Hefty is finding kills with the War Machine. That's 3 for him. Gonna finally run out of War Machine pellets to throw Stylum's way. But it does not matter. Kaya have done their job. They're getting all of this time inside P1. There is kind of a Pyrrhic victory to this entire thing, though, here, Ton, in that Stylum, yeah, they lose control of the point. They might well get the scrap time here for the back 15, but crucially, they're currently spawning on the side of the map that leads to P2, so there's still a path back into this game.
It is very much not done yet, is it? The deficit has stayed about the same. After that P1 rotation, this P2 one could be important, though. Wang, oh, it's ships in the night past Fiction, unfortunately for him. So Stylum are the ones in control of this one, well and truly, but there you go. That's the difference maker. Hefty with the Hellstorm. That's 3 dead momentarily. Now you can start pushing up a Fiction now. Does have an opportunity to do something with the equalizer, but again, we do talk about it so often. You have to make them count. He wasn't able to, and all of a sudden Kaya are on top of Stylum. Pressure starting to come through. The close spawns are there, though. You need to try and chain something together for Kaya if you want to maybe make something happen from this side of the hill. Stylum holding well so far here, Brody.
Stylum finding all the gunfights in and around this hard point. There's just wayward players from Kaya that are being total nuisances right now. You can see player number 4 on the minimap there. It was Klein looking for control of the upper AA gun side as they get shut down now. Kaya are able to overwhelm. One player looking to come in from behind to try and get control of the scrap time, and Kai will finally get it done. That was actually a pretty solid amount of time on the whole from Stylum. Big gunfights being won over by Nu, though. If Tillinson gets one more kill there, that is dangerous for Stylum on this roto, and it still might be Tillinson able to get through for yet another couple of kills here. No way to Kaya break this rotation.
It'd be massive if they do. Stylum threatening a comeback into this, but if Kaya can find a couple of kills, and this is where they started to stretch away on the previous rotation. It's not going to happen right now, though. Stylum locking this down. Kaya, though, here we go. A couple of kills going to come through from them, but it's an equal trade just about in the favor of Stylum now as they start to hold this down. Both teams spawning kind of 50-50 on this one. Utility all over the place. It's going to come down to one big play from somebody, but right now a contestation. Does it kind of suit the team in the lead? You would say so.
Yeah, that leads advantage is always something you can kind of work off, right? And Hardpoint Bill's going Stylum's way, though. They're continuing to fight tooth and nail for this last 15 seconds of time. Sooner or later, Kai are going to have to give this one up despite those close spawns to roto away. They are going to get 3 kills for the scrap time and already starting to kind of block those players off. Tillin was really hoping for a little bit more value out of that cut. In fact, he doesn't get anything. Weakens things here for Kaya on the roto. Cries in is going to be the player to keep those players at bay. And all of a sudden here, Stylum have control of the rotation time. We've got a game on our hands.
Eventually, they do seem to have awoken, haven't they? And that's all coming down from XSX actually just finding so much there as well. Really, really good job. 43 kills, by the way. And finding themselves behind, but for how much longer now? Starting to close this gap. 40 seconds remaining here over towards P4. We're starting to come from Kaya, but it's all felt a little bit disjointed this half, hasn't it, Brody? I mean, this rotation is not being as clean as they would have liked, and they are about to lose the hefty lead they had. It was a 60-point difference. Stylum have closed that down very, very quickly.
Ecstasy is going to find 3 kills there. Stylum now in control of this game, and it feels like towards the second half of this game, Kaya have been significantly less successful in locking down a number of these rotations. Talk about that first set of kills, and Kaya pretty much had control of what, like 3 out of the 4 rotations. It was only this last kill back in set number 1 that Kaya didn't have control of. Go to the second set, and Stylum have been the one in the driver's seat of this game. Once again, the case here as we go towards P4. Stylum are the first team to touch. P5, excuse me. Now they're starting to get some of their utility out as well. Kaya approaching from all sides of the hard point, though, able to overwhelm. Cries trying to find their way back through with a Purify. It's not going to happen. But those back spawns for Stylum are good enough to keep them in control for now.
Well and truly in control. Just felt like it's been a complete switch from what we've seen in the first rotation. Kaya are making everything count, and right now, they haven't been able to find much value out of the operators that we've seen on the show. Ecstasy's hit his 50 bomb and is 25 seconds away from finding the map for his team right now. Stylum still ticking up some really good time. P1 rotation is going to be coming up in 12 seconds time, and Kaya, well, you pretty much need to be perfect until the end of the game.
You really do, and you cannot let Stylum be the first team to touch on this new hardpoint. The fact that Cries gets that 1 kill, surely not on towards Tilden as well. Doesn't matter, Cries is going to hold his life long enough that Ecstasy can be the one to finish up that kill. Now the War Machine coming out from Ecstasy as well. Just 2 players from Kaya to deal with on the other side. You've got players coming through the other cup, but Prayer comes through for 4. Cries the only one left alive, and now Cries still has something to say. Somehow, some way, Stylum are still holding on to that kill despite that 4K from Prayer.
45 seconds to play for here. Stylum might be very, very close, but if Kaya can hold something down here, it makes it a seriously interesting game heading over towards P2, but that's a big if. You got to be able to find the kills. You got to be able to find them cleanly. Right now, trading does not work. Cryzinho now going to make it in the favor of Stylum, who are going to find a way through. It was looking like this game was going one direction after one rotation of hills, but it's went the other. Stylum will close out map number 1, a 60-point game. They were 60 points behind, and they flipped it straight on its head. Really good performance. Really, really nice comeback from Stylum.
Yeah, that was a solid game from Stylum. I gotta say, I think from the first set there, I was like, whoa, Kaya are just like their better team. It certainly looked like that, right? And then as we got to the second half of the game, Stylum just stepped things up a notch. I'm not too sure. I think, again, like a lot of it was just the fact that Stylum were reading rotations significantly better in the second set, right? Like, you go back to the first few hills, and we'll see it here in the replay package. Kaya were really solid on not just spawn trap control. We saw that on this very PT rotation, right, with Stylum having those back spawns, and Kaya doing a really good job at kind of trapping Stylum in while also picking up hill time, but also rotating over towards new. I mean, this is kind of like that perfect hardpoint play that we saw like earlier on, right, from Slum's hardpoint, for example. And then that just kind of dissipated away as we got into the second set. I think Kaya began to lose control of those key rotations, to not be able to send players successfully onto cutting off players on rotation. We saw efforts from Tillen to do that, and those efforts just went all right over and over again. Fair play to Stylum, honestly. I think, you know, it's so easy to lose control of a game early on and kind of find yourself down in the dumps, not able to actually do anything of note. To continue on and actually go out and win the game there on the second half of that game, fair play to them, and fair play to Ecstasy as well. 56 damn kills at the end of the game time. That is a heck of a performance.
Incredible score, really topping it off. Nearly the most hill time on his team. Rafi eventually getting that locked in, but there you go. That is a map number 1 win. The side of Stylum, and again, I think for Kaya at the beginning it was a really, really good start, just couldn't get it locked in. Now we'll go over towards the Tunisia, which can be difficult as well. I think this is going to come down to who maybe just has that composure. They know that it was a very close map number 1, so if you're heading into map number 3, if you can manage to find this, if you're Kaya, it's anybody's game, but a raid control would be a nice way to send this one off too. But let's see if we are even going to get there. I've got no kind of expectations heading into the Search and Destroy. It was a close enough hard point that it still is anybody's game, but Stylum will be the favorites after that map number 1 win.
Yeah, for sure. But like, this feels like it's been the closest. I mean, it's only one map in, right? But it feels like it's been the closest game we might have seen across all regions today, right now, right? Because you know, a lot of the games that we see, I think it's like a team that wins the map does so in such a commanding fashion that you kind of go into the Search and Destroy knowing, all right, they're probably going to win the Search and Destroy. Whereas for this one, it's like, all right, well, you know, Kaya started the map in a really strong fashion. They've shown hints that they know what they should be doing fundamentally. So surely there is kind of hope that they can win this Search and Destroy, force us into game number 3. I don't know. I'm positing quite a lot here, Tan. I'm hoping we can get a game 3 out of these guys. Again, a reminder, folks, this is the lower bracket. So for these teams, it is do or die. You win here, you qualify for the Snapdragon Pro Series for Season 6 Challenge Season. You lose, you're done, and your hopes and dreams of being there are over.
It's a big attack from Stylum over towards this A side. Price stays alive momentarily, will find a kill, does get traded. Gunfights go in the way of Stylum on the first attacking round. It's always a good way to start off at Tunisia. A bomb goes down. Kaya will have to retake. And now a bigger disadvantage as Hefty gets taken down as well. 2 versus 4 in favor of Stylum.
Kaya trying to find a way back towards the site. Wang gonna get a nice little snap shot on towards Wang, but Ecstasy is going to be one to close things out, and that's a solid start once again here from Stylum. Getting aggressive on towards that B site. Just getting into the site really is half the battle sometimes. Stylum showing exactly that there in the first round of play. Are they going to play with the same kind of vigor here? They're looking at much the same kind of defensive setup. Nades over the top will connect to one. More nades now coming out for the offense, just trying to get a feel for where Kaya are actually positioned.
Wang trying to hold down some angles, very tight ones. Still looking for it. I don't think he's going to be offered that opportunity quite yet. Stylum just taking their time yet. They haven't really lost anything though. That nade I don't think is going to kill, even if it does land near Fiction. Slow and steady seems to be winning the race here for Stylum. It's going to be a change-up. 3 players over towards A, so it is ultimately the right decision. But how quickly can they get rid of Hefty if they do make this push aggressively?
Have to get rid of Hefty. He is the player in this situation. And he's going to play silently. Oh, I thought he was playing his life perfectly there for a second, but no. Gets found out. Prey with the trade on out. Brings us down to a 4 versus 4. That bomb's going down. Kaya aren't stopping that. And they're going to have to retake through the smallest of cuts. They've only got 45 seconds here to make any kind of reposition work. And I think that's probably the best play for Preya. Go round, help out Wang in this situation, and make the 2-2 hit. But you do not have a lot of time to execute.
Crazino's going to be the guy here. Graphy holding it down. Oh, the shot looked like it wasn't too far away on the sniper on the reflank that was going to start coming in through. Cryzino will find those 2. Zealous will find one on the other side of things, but Cry now coming over to help his teammates out. That's going to be 3. Kaya will find 2. It was Prayer, sorry, who finds it. It's going to be Ecstasy left down with a 1 versus 2. Running around the roses just trying to survive, and has he wasted enough time? It looks that way.
Oh, the bomb!
Not going to be able to get it.
Stuck on the bomb! If he doesn't get stuck on the bomb site there, he might have had time to get that defuse in.
Ready up.
Oh, I don't know. I think it would have been a push. But fair play to Ecstasy there in that scenario, just surviving as long as they could. 2-0 up now for Stylum.
That was a lot closer this time around. That's an 8 spot over the top. It's into the cart, clears it. No hit marker. So you know the players are going to be probably underneath. That's going to require a double hit. You need to hit this at the same time. There's the information. Call made. Guys need help. Ecstasy gets shut down. It's trades galore, all in favor of Kaya. Prize left up, 1 versus 4. That smoke's going to be good enough to get away here. And to be fair to Kryze, has a lot of time run straight into Hefty though. I think if he doesn't hit Hefty in the middle of the map, Kryze has a much better chance of winning that clutch.
Gunfight's not just working out for Stylum that time. I like the little bait around the corner.
And the objective.
Send players at the right time. Just couldn't quite find those gunfights, and that is the difference maker there. Those trades did not go in their favor. And once again, they will go over towards A. This definitely seems to be the more preferred site. They have had a look at B though already. I believe winning the only attacking round that they have managed to get a hold of. They're going in that direction. Wait, no. Brain's not working. They're attacking all the time, only for 6 rounds in a row. It's getting late.
Yeah.
FD though. We'll find a gunfight onto Ecstasy. So all of a sudden, Kaya do have that advantage.
That's a nade over the top. Rafi's going to be the one responsible for that. Now, it's going to cause Stylum to change tack somewhat. It is just hefty towards the back of B. Trophy system will protect him from that stun connecting. That's information not gained by Stylum on this rotation away. But with the numbers they've got on site, they feel confident enough to just slap that bomb down, regardless of the fact they hadn't taken Hefty out. And Hefty's actually going to find some value towards the backline as well. So Cry's desperately trying to trade off his teammates here. Feels like a bit of a panic mode for Stylum.
Graphy left on his own. Trying to defend. Looks like Wang and Co are just waiting for him to make a move, but they're the ones that have to go for the defuse yet. Here comes the move. Grenade out. Am I confused here, Brody? Probably be taking their time. They seem to really be taking their time. Graphy can now get away. And there is no defuse coming through there. What are Kaya doing?
I think they were just kind of hoping for some kind of aggression from the last remaining player. And that's just not the right play call in that situation, right? You're in a 2 versus 1. The last remaining player has to protect the bomb. I think they were hoping for some kind of egregious chow out, but you kind of know where the bomb is planted for, right? Where that player is going to be. So yeah, a bit of a misplay, I think it's fair to say, from Kaya. And it leads to a situation now where Stylum have managed to claw away their 3rd offensive round here on Tunisia Search and Destroy. And over the top. Will not connect again. Down to the trophy systems off the start of this round from Stylum. Also, trophy systems has 3 on site for Kaya, so there's no nades hitting. But what is going to be hitting is a snipe on towards Hefty. Down for the count over by B. Now, here's the thing. The fact that that player gets that snipe on towards B doesn't really do anything to Kaya on A. They know with the amount of utility sent in this direction, that is at least where the initial push is coming from.
One player here from Stylum who is lingering around this A side, but everybody else has made their way over towards B.
Oh.
And that was because they found the gunfight on the Hefty. Yeah, okay, they will trade that one out, so it works in their favor. And there you go, Crazino makes the move over towards A. So well coordinated. He will eventually get taken down, but they had to turn around. It's a 3 versus 2 defensive side of things now for Stylum as the bombers went down to B. Wang and Till trying to get this going. Tillen's in. We were just trying to figure out what was going on there, but here we are. They need to try and find a break back. Fiction could do with finding a gunfight here. He's actually given up the foul power position. We'll go for the gunfight. We'll find it. And now it's a 1 versus 3 for Tillen's. Gonna get chased down. Finds the 2nd. Where's the 3rd to pick this up? He hasn't got a clue either. Goes for the chase. Oh my word. It was nearly a really good fake. But a 4-1 lead for Stylum as they are on the attacking side. Is a nice lead to have.
I mean, that's a perfect play.
Defend the objective.
Right? From Tillen to try and make that one happen. The audio cue with the bomb check, bring that player out, and it's literally just the shots that make the difference in the end. Oh boy, Stylum. 4-1 on offense. How about that? And it's the same thing once again. A crucial 1 versus 1 over by B that could definitely determine the way this round is paced out. I still have all their eggs in the defense on A basket. Stylum just looking for a way to break this setup. He's over the top will not do it, so you're going to need to get on towards site. And it's just so difficult. You do not know what kind of timing you get on this initial push. Looking for the middle of the map, though. Ecstasy could well be that player who breaks this entire setup wide open.
He's going to find something potentially over towards the B side. Doesn't find the shot. Hefty will find him. Is that going to just surge this round into life? Yes, it is. They're just going to send it and see what they can do. Gunfight's going to go down. Can't find Zealous if you Graphis. All of a sudden, this round has just fallen apart. Kaya will find it, and we'll find their second defensive round win. Is that going to be good enough, though, when they're going over towards the attack? I think if you style them, you're very happy with your position here, Brody. They're going over towards defense. Need 3 more rounds to solidify their spot.
Enemy has the bomb.
The COD Mobile Challenge season, Snapdragon Pro Series needs its teams. We have filled 4 of them. We still need 4 more.
Key differences in that round. They just fall away for Stylum. This round for Kaya on the start is incredible. Opening blood, pretty good. Trade things out for a 4 versus 4 now. So Stylum still pretty confident with the defense on the side, especially as Ashley picks up and yet another frag kit. That's going to really tighten things up for Kaya. Looking for another exit frag. Having to back away will be Zealous. Hefty finds Fiction. Keep an eye on player number 1, though. Cries could definitely be the player to blow things up here.
way.
Gunfights being won from Stylum that should never be won. And now I don't even really know if you need Cries Tump.
Yeah, Hefty left his own grenade sent his way as well. Doesn't land. That stun does, though. Information gained. Trying to rotate around, and you can already see that Crysenio's on his way. Just holding it down over towards B, though. Maybe just racking back through the spawn by the looks of things, potentially. Yeah. I think they've got an eye on the bomb. They're starting to close the net just ever so slightly. The shots are in. The round is in. Stylum 2 rounds away.
But it's not over yet. Ready up.
Stylum on the defense. I got to give Kaya some credit there because they played that round relatively well. It was just the gunfights on the site that went Stylum's way.
They have the bomb.
Kaya lost control. Crashing out right now, a Kaya of this search and destroy, despite being a much closer affair. Especially in that second half of the hard point. Cries has just spotted out a hell of a lot to hit on.
A lot of players. What can he find? He's found 1. He's found 2. Looking for the 3rd with the long range. Not going to happen, but is the damage already done? Tillington will find 1. He can find a 2nd, but kills are being traded, and that is that. Stylum will find another round. This defensive work is looking so good for them. They want to close this out as soon as they can. They are 1 round away from solidifying their spot.
Defend the objectives.
And Stylum, just you see an opportunity like that and you swing for the fences. Phenomenal play from Stylum. Kaya now. Aggressive here on the offense. Hefty going to convert for 2. Looking for the last remaining player. Getting away. Fiction will not. There goes Klein eventually. This has been a very fast round from Kaya, and this is the kind of aggression that I wanted to see. Noted over the top. No trophy to actually stop it. That's going to connect, but it's not enough for a frag. You needed that really to do something if you're Ecstasy.
Yeah, it was looking like it could have done something. But Ecstasy in this scenario, yeah, it could have done with finding that shot. Not going to be able to get it, and all of a sudden this becomes now an impossible scenario, and they'll know exactly where he is, know exactly what he's got in his hands. And that Tundra, I don't think is going to be given the opportunity to do this 1 versus 3. 20 seconds to go. There'll be something absolutely miraculous here. Kaya do have some life in them. 6-3 now.
And again, it's moments of brilliance like that from Kaya
Defend the
that
objective.
gives credence to the idea that they do know what they're doing. It's what we saw at the start of the hard point, right, Hunt? Just need to see it consistently, and we do need to see it consistently, considering they lose 1 more round, they're done. Graphy going to open things up with that first blood snipe. And for Kaya now, they have no control whatsoever. If anybody does anything in this situation, it has to be Prey with some entry frag and done. It's currently the top fragger alongside Hefty for Kaya. Has to get some kind of kills hit.
Oh, it's not far away. Those players somewhat playing with fire. Grenade out may just deter them from making a push any further, but Crysenio is here ready and waiting. Stylum have sent somebody over towards that B side just in case, but it doesn't look like Kaya are wanting to entertain that idea. Potentially thinking about it now, though. You can see them slowly moving away. Look at their advantage. Ecstasy is going to have very pushed up towards this B side. He's going to have some company very shortly. Everybody from Stylum over towards this A side is, well, not going to have too much to do, but Ecstasy is going to get caught out with a bit of bad timing here. Or is he going to get some good timing? Did he get any audio cues? No, he did not, but he is going to get away and he will be screaming to his teammates. Bloody hell, help me. Perez pounced on the other side of the map there as well. Ecstasy will fall. This is nice from Kaya.
How has this happened? How has this conversion happened? Fiction needs to produce something for Stylum here on the defense. Bomb not down just yet. Fiction is at the very least doing enough to create some friction. 3 versus 3 still. Kaya now going to get that rock down for Stylum. It's going to be an approach from 2 different angles here. 2 players around the backside. Fiction repositioning here for a potential 1 versus 1 against Celis. It's all on these initial ones. It's now 1 versus 1. 2 versus 2 on the whole here. Just down to Cries now, Tunt.
It's looking like a solid defense. Now left in a 1 versus 2. It's just so hard from this situation. Wants to make the move. Has to be perfect. Isn't. It's another round for Kaya. That's 2 in a row now on the attacking side. And I think, you know, the reason they got through, I think it was Ecstasy. He was pushed well up with a sniper rifle. It's a little bit of bad timing. And then all of a sudden, Stylum are going to have to try and go for the retake. They can't manage it. Starting to bleed rounds here. They still only need 1. Kaya need 2 more to tie it up and send us over to overtime. Oh, that's a big nade. Oh, my word.
Just keeps
slows
Kara
them
away.
down.
Yeah. Just keeps Kara away from the point here at this point, right? And that, I think, has been kind of the aim of the game for Stylum through these opening rounds. They've got first bloods before, right? And that, I think, has definitely changed their way they're approaching these rounds. But certainly, I think it's just been slow at a pace so that Kaya can't do anything too spectacular. Even for Kaya right now, they are just kind of stuck in the mud, waiting for Stylum to make an unforced error. I don't know if Stylum are going to give that to them.
And I think when you get a minute into a round of Search and Destroy, especially on the defense, you're saying to yourselves, right, just sit tight. And well, that's why Kaya are going back to B. It worked last round, or are they through the middle of the map? Might be the play, but Wang will get taken down. And that's going to make things even more difficult. The grenade over that direction as well is going to create some issue. Prezinho, oh, he didn't know there was a couple of players there. Yes, he did. The stun's going to go out. It's just going to slow things down here as long as he possibly can. Goes for the challenge, gets taken down. Ecstasy is here to slow things down if they do progress over towards B. But look at this aggression now coming out from Prayer over towards A as well. Next couple of gunfights have to go Stylum's way, or this round's going to leak as well.
Complete the mission.
It's just more kills going Kaya's way. I don't know where they found this kind of burst of energy, but it's like all of a sudden they've just found their way to pounce on a team together at the right time. And there goes that final kill. Kaya are perfect right now. These last few rounds, they just seem to have found a synergy that has not been there through the early rounds. One more round, Tan, and we've got our first overtime in 2025 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Stylum will be kicking themselves if it gets that far. They were 6-2 up, right? And absolutely cruising. They still only need 1 round. Look at this aggression. I mean, Kaya are just full of confidence right now. Fiction is going to be back down. He does survive. It's a 1-for-1 trade in and around the A side, but Graffi is completely isolated, all on his own. Needs to try and find something, can find nothing. Everybody who was over to B is now scrambling back over towards the A side.
Fiction trying to do something. Nope, trades on out. Price responsible. 2 versus 3. Numbers still not here for Stylum. Honestly, in this 2 versus 3, don't do anything individual. Just play this one together. As you go down, there's no guarantee of a trade unless you're right next to one another. That bomb now planted, and Ecstasy missed the snipe on the cross. That could have been everything to bring this down to a 2 versus 2. That opportunity has now passed. And again, you have to be the aggressors. Nobody's going to make a mistake on Kaya.
Oh, will they? Are they going to check something when they shouldn't? Did he have an angle? He might do. He might do. He won't. Overtime we go. 8 is now the next section that somebody needs to get to. You must win by 2 rounds. And this is where things get very, very nervy. Kaya brought this back from the depth somehow. Stylum just started a fumble. Kaya grew in confidence. And you see 4 rounds in a row from them.
God, it feels weird seeing overtime for the first time in a while. Ecstasy is going to be the first victim in overtime. Once again, Kaya showing they've got S&D chops versus Stylum. Stylum don't seem unfazed as far as this bomb site push is concerned. It is a 4 versus 3 on the A site itself. Overwhelming Zealous under. Great start. Still 2 players to deal with, ton.
A lot of players in the smoke. Fiction just gets aggressive. I mean, it feels unnecessary aggression from Stylum at times, doesn't it?
The bomb has been planted.
Not getting away with it. Cryzino is not going to get away with this either, is he? No, he is. Doesn't get out. 2 versus 2. The bomb is down though, but look at the pressure coming in. But Graphy will find a big kill. And now it's all down to Wang. Tundra in hand as well, looking for the pick. Not going to find it. The attacking round goes to Stylum. It's a big round to find. And now they go over towards the defensive side for another opportunity to qualify for the challenge season.
Defend the objective. The enemy has bomb.
Stylum just, again, when they want to turn it on, they can. Finally putting a stop to the bleeding after what felt like, 5 rounds on the bounce from Kaya. So, Stylum back in the conversation here. Kaya now back on the offense. And it's the exact same kind of vibe setup that we've seen in the past, where Kaya are playing this one slow, getting a feel for what the defensive setup looks like for Stylum. But this time around, Graphy's coming in the round with USS9 down low, so ready for an aggressive fight from Kaya.
Just feel like Stylum can't sit still. So many occasions where they're in a good spot and you can just see they're constantly moving, constantly looking for information. Tunisia, you can chill. Still 5 versus 5. Graphy just holding down this side, and once again Kaya will have a look over towards A. He'll play the bluff. This time around, Stylum have a couple more bodies over towards that B side, but the same story is kind of being played out by Kaya over towards the A side as well. They left a player over there to try and do something, but Kaya, are they switching this up and going straight through the middle of the map? The strats are very much there. The shots are starting to ring out. Fiction is now very, very weak. He will somehow get away. Graphy will find a kill onto Pret. That's a massive one at that as well. Fiction can find one as well. It's a 5 versus 3 in favor of Stylum.
Khan doesn't finish the fight. Somehow, some way, Zealous gets away. He'll hit the regen as well. 20 seconds though, as you said. Bomb now down. That's going to make things incredibly awkward. Final kills coming through. Now just down to Zealous to save it.
Impossible situation. You just don't win those. Stylum will eventually get the search and destroy underneath their belts and their place in the challenge season. Fantastic work from them in the end. Made to work for it in the search and destroy. They were 6-2 up, Brody, remember? And it went all the way to 6-6, but find the 2 rounds in overtime nice and quick to get the job done. Good job from Stylum in the end. Got me twitchy for a second there, Brody. That was a scary, scary thought. If they somehow found the comeback, Kaya, that control would have been really interesting. But Stylum do get the job done.
Yeah, dude, I mean, fair play to Kaya. What was it? Again, I think it was at least 4 rounds in a row from Kaya. It might have been 5, but still, like, again, for the first few rounds of that search and destroy, Kaya just did not look well put together whatsoever. You know, Stylum had full control. The way they were playing as a team was super aggressive. Again, well synchronized. They just looked like a really well put together team. And I don't know what happened. Like, Kaya just turned it on after like round 6, I think it was. Kaya just really started to play well. They adapted to that aggression from Stylum. I think you mentioned it a couple of times in the search and destroy time, right? Which is just that sometimes it feels like Stylum are a little bit too restless. But even still, it does not finish them off in the end. They will be moving forward into Season 6 of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
All right, well, that was the closest match we've had so far. The fact that we got into an overtime there in the S&D, well played on behalf of Kaya. They just weren't able to close it out, but fought incredibly well to try to stay alive in this bracket. But that means that Stylum will have made their way through and will be one of our next teams qualified for the challenge season. If you take a quick look up at that upper bracket as well, that means that NA Fall-Offs and CX Comp have joined from our upper bracket for those first 4 squads. And then Lalix for the other team down here in this lower bracket. 2 more spots are available in our challenge season. We will be watching one of those to determine who those teams will be. So we are so close to figuring out who we have for North America ready to go at the end of all of this. But like we keep talking about, we still have one more match on the day. Hopefully Brody and Ton can make it through, pull through here for match number 4. I know it's been a long day for the two of you, and I know that it is very late, but you guys have been absolutely crushing it here so far.
Lauren, I'm locked in. I don't know what you mean. I am entirely locked in. I'm excited for this next game.
Listen, it was the additional adrenaline of that overtime, Ton, that got you the next wave of energy you needed.
I'm ready. I can go. You know what? You want to cast every single other game that we got going? Get us going. I'm ready to go.
All right, well then we need to keep this thing moving so we can keep this momentum going. We're heading to one more short break before we get into match number 4. Get our players locked and loaded, ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're moments away from getting it to match number 4. And while we prepare for that, we're also going to take a look back at some of the highlights here from that lower bracket match that I had mentioned when we took a look at the bracket. This is between Horus Esports and Zitlalix, I think. Zitlalix being the one that make their way through and claim that spot in the challenge season. So get to see exactly how they got here and just how close this back and forth between these two squads was, Brody.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be honest, I'm really surprised, right? There are kind of names on Zitlalix that I know of, like Hitmarker, for example, is one of those names I've heard of in the past, but to beat Horus Esports after Horus, again, like, relatively competitive versus Undream, right? Like, that is not an easy roster to take down. Of course, it was a close hardpoint, we just got to see it then. I'm not exactly sure, like, how close the Search and Destroy and if we needed the control actually are, but it has to be said, it feels like to me on paper, should be considered an upset for you guys at home. Like, Horus losing this, like, it just should not happen. So fair play to Zitlalix. They managed to get through. They take down a Titan in Horus Esports. We're not going to see that org once again in SPS this season.
That was an aggressive S&D there as well, Ton, right at the end. I mean, Zitlalix looked like they were just steamrolling.
Yeah, looked really, really solid in the Search and Destroy. We've seen a couple of good snipes coming through their early doors as well. So that does make a difference. I think the only loser in that situation is that we're going to have to get used to saying Zitlalix. That is the oddest. That's going to be one that I'm going to have to lock in on. But we do have another game, Lauren.
We do, and it is currently up on your stream to close out here on our main broadcast. We've got Rebels versus Onyx, and Onyx is that squad that did take out Bobby Buckets, Dino Nuggets. So you talked about them already, Brody. Lots of recognizable names. Coldest, kind of cold.
Yeah, this is officially the villains of the season now. We don't care anymore. Yeah, like these are guys that you guys will know. I think it was Coldest was one of those names in there. Awaken as well. I don't know, just going off memory. Chagabu is probably the most notable name because of the fact that she appeared on Supreme Team at Champs this past season. So, that was a phenomenal pickup and great to see her competing there. Also, a really, really brilliant player. So, if I'm going to pick any player across the board here to watch in this matchup, it is 110% Chagabu. She's phenomenal.
All right, well, let's see what you can bring to the table here. Our picks and bans for the final match are ready to go. So we'll get those maps up here on the screen so we can see exactly what we're working with here for match number 4, the last trio, potentially duo of maps of the day, depending on how this goes. But with how strong Onyx looked in their last match, I won't be surprised if they start off strong. But Brody...
If we get there again, like there's a crossfire there, but these are best of 3, so there's no guarantee that we're actually going to get the crossfire control. And let's be honest, I mean, like, look, Onyx, they took down Bobby Duck Bucket's Dino Nuggets, so like, I don't know if we're going to get to game 3, to be honest, mate. It's a big ask at this point. I hope we do though. Just like throw the Hacienda. You've won enough Haciendas over the last year or two. We don't care. Just throw it so we can get the crossfire control.
Well, I mean, look, candidly, though, they did lose a search and destroy to Bobby and Co. So, that shows that there is not necessarily proficient in that mode as they potentially are in Hardpoint. So we might get there, Brody. And who knows what happens on crossfire control, to be honest.
I don't.
Let's just get straight into the last match of the day and see exactly what we're going to get out of our last 2 squads. So, Ton, Brody, let's close out North America's Open Finals.
Well, here we go then. The very final spot, thank you very much, Lauren, is up for grabs now between these 2 teams. And 2 teams that, well, I mean, look, we probably do, for all that we are joking on the side of things when about knocking Bobby out, we probably do lean towards Onyx in this one, I would say, as far as the pedigree of the roster goes. Just having a look through the bracket of how things have actually really played out. For Rebels, going into their winners bracket game, losing to CX Comp, so having a look through that roster as well. Look, I mean, there's some people that we do know in that roster as well, so they're a solid outfit. So it's hard to really distinguish what we think of Rebels here. Onyx going in as the favorite sub.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, pretty much every single team across the board here has like, I recognize that name from season 4, or season 5 or whatever. Like, there's always names that you recognize, and so I really think it's just like figuring out the teams that have like the best amalgamation of various teams, right? So. Onyx are one of those teams. Again, you look at the likes of Coldest, and I've actually got to give Chrysos some love as well, because I think he was like the top fragger in the control that knocked Bobby out of the tournament. So like we talk about Coldest, we talk about Chagaby, we talk about Awaken being like names to watch. Give some love to Chryso and Static as well. Like, they're on this squad for a reason. Onyx looking to qualify. They've got to get through Rebels to get it done. And that's a great start. Static using an R9 up top in the most open area on Hacienda. They still find value.
Turns around, knows exactly where they're going to be spawning as well. So there's a fantastic start for Onyx. Static, oh my goodness me, still going on a 6 spree. Just opens things up immediately. Streaks are plenty. Switches to the time 19. Let's see if we can lock this down. The positioning as well from Static. Unbelievable start from him.
Yeah, Static is just continuing now. Switching over towards the AR to move forward in this game. Rebels really struggling to get anything going off the starting line here in this game. Awaken trying to get aggressive, couple of players to contend with, and will get overwhelmed. So there's an opportunity here for the back 10 seconds, Rebels to get something done. Also keep an eye on player number 2 here as that streak comes down from Static. Yep, that positioning from Magnus will influence the spawns enough that Rebels have flipped the spawns in their favor for the Roto, but the early aggression from Static's going to give them the Tempest.
Tempest out.
Didn't really the trophy system. Are we kidding?
No, really. Of all the things that can kill Static, that's what gets him. 13 kills were found before he did eventually drop. Has dropped again. Onyx now on their way in. Oh, Coldest. He's done so well with the help of his teammate to get a hold of that one. One more player left inside the point. Bit of a split spawns here. I don't think he's going to be expecting the second player, but the cover is there. Still spawning over towards this water side. Bit of a split spawn for both 2 teams at this moment in time. Yeah, you can see it's absolutely all over the place, Brody. Look at the minimap and you try and figure out what's going on. The players have got no chance.
Honestly, mate, I really don't understand this finally hill. I wish I could understand it. Car bomb goes off for Naz. Yeah, I genuinely don't know. Someone has to give me like a PhD or something to understand the spawns on this Hardpoint, because it is so weird on Call of Duty Mobile. Zeo gonna take Awaken down. Battle for the last 10 seconds might well be won by Rebels here as Naz continues on his spree. And that is going to be the case. That's not really the end of the world, though. As we move over towards fences, Hardpoint, Onyx will be the first team to touch here. They've got one operator sat in the back pocket. And this is generally speaking the hill where you start to see those operators come into play here in Hacienda. So I expect there's going to be heavy investment from both sides here on this hub.
Yep, you can already see the equalizers out from Awakening. Cryzo has the War Machine out as well. They want to make sure they get as much time as possible. Already with a nice little lead here in map number 1, and that kill feed looks very nice indeed. It's about to look a little bit better as well. Awakening pushing the spawn here with the equalizer. Everybody dies apart from VRTX. Really good job from him. But everybody else is going to then follow up. 30 seconds to go here. And that is absolute dominance so far from the side of Onyx. Rebels really can't live with them right now, Brody.
Just more kills coming through from Onyx as well. Here comes the Tempest out from Static. And, I mean, this might well be one of the most solid holds on fences, Hacienda, Hardpoint I think I've ever seen. Like, this is always the most mixy hill on pretty much any map that's not a P1. And the fact that Onyx have effectively walked away from a full 60, I think that's kind of an indictment of how badly Rebels played that hill, if anything. Because even if a team plays it so well, you're generally speaking liable to lose at least a little bit of time. To get a full hold is not that great for Rebels. And now he's moving through the rotation as well. It looks like we're transitioning into a hard point where Onyx are already starting to win some crucial gunfights here. So Rebels really feel like they're fighting from the back foot at the moment. And that's now definitely the case as Static is once again on the prowl for kills with the R9.
Plenty of investment coming through from Onyx, but the thing is they've been able to pop it so many times. Awaken will find a couple more kills here as well inside the point. Leaf though managed to get something done with the Purifier. That's going to be a momentary break, if only a slight one. Over towards P4. 20 seconds to go here. Rebels trying to lock down some good time. And as mentioned, plenty of investment from both two teams, and Rebels were the ones who, well, momentarily did get control. 10 seconds to go here. Onyx looking to extend their already hefty lead. Just something to note here, Brody. Static already has 34 kills.
See, I don't know what the kill record is in Call of Duty mode. Like, we don't know statistically the exact numbers. I can tell you that, like, pretty confidently that if he's on 34 kills at the halfway point of the game, he's probably on track to break it. Like, I don't know. There might have been some insane game where someone's dropped 80 kills or something ridiculous like that, but that is an incredible number from Static to kick things off. And again, it has to be said, using an R9, like, that thing's got range. On Hacienda is a really large map in Call of Duty mobile terms, so really is quite an achievement, and it's already now starting to piece up once again. Everybody from Onyx has stepped it up a notch over the last couple of minutes or so. It has been a full yellow kill feed. 7 now for Coldest. Static on 5 in a row as well. Streaks galore for Onyx and Rebels. I mean, it looks like they're being crushed by the Empire at the moment.
Not much you can do when Static is moving around like that. Touching on the 40 bomb now. Onyx are running through Rebels right now. This is a tough watch if you're a Rebels fan. Just seem to be getting streaks, getting operators, and just snowballing. They're using it correctly, right? I mean, you get a hold of it, you use it, you will get it back quicker. And that's how you play the game. Magnus trying to answer back with one of his own, and well, succeeding. Finding a couple of kills there with the War Machine. Leaf is able to answer with a kill onto Coldest as well. Is the riposte going to be coming here from Onyx? A couple of kills falling their way. Can they find the break back? They've got plenty to use to try and do so. Seem to be in control, but Zeo somehow still alive on the point.
Death Machine gets shut down. Finally, Rebels have something to say here. As you said, Zeo playing his life, I think, played a big contributing factor to that fact. But Onyx are being so scrappy in the way that they're playing right now. You know, generally speaking, we talk about kind of team play being the reason that X team is able to beat Y team. In this instance, it does genuinely feel like it's a collection of individual efforts from Onyx. Everybody stepping up when they need to. Rebels being bullied out of the hard point once again. Coldest looking for his umpteenth two-piece in this game. Onyx off the back of that will be looking for the scrap time. At time, this has been insatiable. And it gets worse as well, because generally speaking, if a team holds control of P2, you generally expect the other team that didn't have control to get control of the P2 roto. That has not happened. There's already players from Onyx over here.
It is a dangerous prospect if you're Rebels right now. You could lose it at the second iteration of P3. And here they come. Onyx are on their way, and Static is aiming for the 50. You wouldn't put it past him to get it, especially with Rebels picking up some time here, giving them some hope. Kaiser will find something. Claw is out from the side of Rebels. They got to be able to find something. Have to find something. You will find two if you're Naz. Chagabu, though, when she will come through, find the kills, and there's the wipe. Onyx, do a really good job. A little bit of a split spawn coming in here from Rebels. Are they going to be able to do anything with it? I'm not too sure.
I don't know, dude. This is a big ask right now. You talk about kind of like operator utilization as kind of a key thing to always look out for on respawn game modes here in Call of Duty Mobile, and Onyx have just been significantly better, like double, triple the kind of power of Rebels with the operators. I don't think we've even seen like a single memorable play with operators so far in this game from Rebels. If they've had them out, they've probably only had them out for 1 or 2 kills. There's also, I think it was an EMP from Static that they might have used. That's probably why we haven't seen any for an elongated period of time. Yeah, that EMP actually was just active right there. So Onyx, 25 points shy of victory. Rebels feeling oppressed at the moment. They're about to cross the 100-point threshold, but one break for Onyx and this might be game over.
Big kill from Chagabu. She managed to take down the player with a purifier in hand, but a couple of kills do go the way of Rebels. Static and Coldest though doing something about that as quickly as they possibly can. Oh, Static now out with a Tempest as well, and I mean, he has had this so many times. R9 out, dangerous position to be in with it, forcing them away. Onyx can just about win it here over towards P4, especially if these kills still continue to fall their way. Equalizer is out, expecting to push down from the water side. Absolutely. Awaken will find 1 and 2. The pressure is there. The game will be there. The contest nowhere near. Onyx as a dominating map number 1 to take the lead against Rebels.
Sometimes in these games of Call of Duty Mobile, in just Call of Duty in general, it does just come down to a team has just whooped the other team. Like sometimes it's just, you know, they get the kills and that's it. That's that. There's no more analysis needs to be had, and that was literally what we just watched. I mean, like the amount of times where we just saw like a full yellow kill feed and it was just like Coldest or Static or Chagabu finding all frags. It just like, I think it was at one point it was like it was kind of off screen, but like I think Coldest got like a 7 spree or something ridiculous like that. Like that should not be happening, and how consistently that was happening I think was so damning. And again, one of the things I always bring it back to, right, is just like I know that there was definitely an elongated period of time when that EMP systems was active for Static, used it in the middle of the game, and so you couldn't see any operators for Rebels. There's also a question I have that's just like, did they ever really even have them out even before that EMP systems was in play or after that EMP systems was in play? I mean, like, that's it. Like, this play from Vertex, that's literally it. Everything else has just been nothing from Rebels. So, just didn't look like they were competitive with Onyx in that game.
Well, it kind of came from the get-go, though, didn't it? I mean, you've seen Static straight away, just about 10 in a row. Utter domination. But I suppose if you are Rebels, you're heading into the search and destroy, seeing that Onyx really did get pushed to it previously in their game up against Bobby and Co. They lost the search and destroy. The map that it was on, what map was it? Was it Tunisia again?
The search. Wait, are you talking about the search and destroy with Bobby?
Yeah,
it was Coastal.
Coastal. Okay, well, possibly the new map hasn't worked out in their favor there. We'll get to see how good they are at search and destroy here with the classic in Tunisia. I mean, for Rebels, it's going to be a comeback, and you've got to win a crossfire control as well if you want to make it over to the challenge season in the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's a long road there now. 2 maps you need to find it, but for the side of Onyx, you need only the singular. Is it going to be the S&D? Based off what we just seen in the Hardpoint, you would expect so.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's so difficult. Like, I think, again, this is the conversation we've been having all day, and I kind of briefly mentioned it last series, right? It's just like when a team wins game number 1 in such a dominant fashion, there's not such a massive marginal difference between S&D and respawns in COD Mobile that it's like a team can be ever really considered an S&D team. Like, you get teams that are strongest at S&D, yeah, but it's never to the point where it's just like they will win the S&Ds and lose the respawns in a series consistently. That just doesn't happen. And so it kind of leads you to the conclusion here that, like, if a team like Onyx is going to dominate Rebels in map number 1, they're probably going to do it in map number 2. Things could change. You never know. Like, you don't want to, like, walk into a series of already making your conclusion about how the series is going to go. But, like, yeah, I mean, precedent shows that if something like that happens in game number 1, probably know what's going to happen in game number 2. And again, it's dual time. You lose this search and destroy, Rebels, you're not making it into Season 6, and Onyx are. And again, it's a tough team to try and take down. Onyx are really, really good.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Onyx do in the challenge season, if they do get there, of course, because they have looked a strong outfit here up against a team who have some decent names in them as well. So it's not like you're going up against nobodies by any stretch of the imagination. Onyx are going up against a good roster here and just dealt with them. I mean, look, let's see if they can do it again here in the Search and Destroy. As said, Tunisia, very, very different ball game to Hacienda at Hardpoint. Let's see how this one's going to go down. We should be loading in momentarily. Any predictions? Actually, I haven't asked you for a singular prediction today.
Why are you asking me for a prediction on the last potential map?
Because the brain's starting to slow down.
Yeah, okay, that's why. It's like a substitution. It's like nothing of substance is up there anymore, so we're just going to go to like the backstop of just like a prediction. You know what? I'll give you one just to make you feel better because it's like 4 a.m. our time right now. I'm going to say this is going to be a 7-2. So Onyx. Okay. I'm going to give two rounds to Rebels. It's Tunisia, right? So I'm going to say that it's going to be Onyx starting things off on the offense. They're going to win 4 rounds, 4-2 at the half, and then they'll win 3 rounds on the bounce on defense. Lock it in. ESL Club Mobile Twitter. I want to see this directly afterwards. I want to see it on the socials. This is the prediction, and then the aftermath of, oh, hey, Infinity was right with his prediction. What a shock.
It would come to a shock to me, to be fair. I don't, it's necessarily as much as you think that you got it right. But irrelevant to that, hopefully we are loading in pretty shortly. Team's taking their time here. Must know that.
Sorry, guys.
That's what they're doing. Yeah. Look, it's been a good day though. Look, we haven't necessarily had too many surprises. I want to say it kind of has went how we thought it would for the most part, especially European side of things. We've got 2 more days of competition there though. Please do join us slightly earlier tomorrow, or slightly today, in actually about 11 hours, bro. So we gotta lock in, we gotta get that sleep, we gotta get back here because we have 2 more EU shows coming up. We've got tomorrow and of course Sunday to close it out to see who is actually going to make it. Going to be super interesting to see how they are going to go down though. I think things will get more interesting as time goes on. Of course, we have kind of crammed the whole NA side of things into one night, but we've got 2 more nights to celebrate the European Open Finals. We've got 2 more days. Let's see how that's going to go down.
I wish I had like a European flag right now. I'd just like be waving it around, just being like, yeah, Europe. Can't do that anymore because
more than
British.
one reason. Yeah.
We're British. We're not in the European Union anymore. RIP. But yeah. God, you can really tell it's 4 a.m. for us right now. We're really trying, guys. We're locking in. One final game of Search and Destroy here, folks. I mean, obviously, might not be one final game. We could still have a game 3 on our hands. We're being very.
If we're going to send it any game 3, though, it's got to be Crossfire, Control. So I'm actually okay with that. That's absolutely fine. Just the absolute lunacy for map number 3. But I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. Usually we're loading the games pretty quickly. Hopefully the teams are not having any issues here and we can get ourselves in. But I am being told, ready to go. So hopefully loading in a second. We're going for the predictions of a 7-2. You know, I'm going to go alongside you on this one. I'm going to go 7-2, 7-3, something along those lines. Nice and comfortable. The side of Onyx, just based on what we've seen there. I mean, that was a high level outslay and outplay across the board from Onyx there. So you would expect that it does translate into the Search and Destroy.
I will say Tunisia is one of those maps, right, that you can definitely get aggressive on the offensive side, but I think you definitely get punished more for it if it goes awry. So it's not like something like Firing Range. I think teams can kind of swing momentum from a dominant hardpoint into the Search and Destroy by playing super duper aggressive and translating that into wins, even on defense, right? On Tunisia, you can't really do that without putting your team in a bad position. You have to be really confident you're going to get those kills. And so I think that kind of does create a more even playing ground here for their opposition. We'll see. Rebels, it is do or die time. Going to give you guys the heads up right now off the rip. I'm on it for once. The teams are swapped. So Onyx are on the left, Rebels are on the right. Keep that in mind.
So Onyx going to be on the defensive side. Static already getting aggressive, but kind of gets dealt with for a moment. Naz will find 2. Oh, look at this aggression again. Coldest is going to go through, can't find the final kill. And now all of a sudden it is in 1 versus 2. Chagaboo now finds herself in a bit of a disadvantage. Are they expecting the flank to come through? But the aggression again from Onyx. They want this one over and done with. Here comes the pressure.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and say, frame 1, that my genius knows no bounds. Exactly what I said was going to happen happens there right off the rip. Onyx get over aggressive and get immediately punished for it. And that's the momentum, right? From that hard point swing into the search and destroy. Onyx are feeling themselves. Static does find some value, but I think the trade just go in Rebels' favor. And there's the immediate switch up from Onyx as well. They're like, all right, we probably can't just kind of throw ourselves at Rebels here to win this Tunisia. We kind of need to play it properly. Stun check on towards Awaken's actually going to get him out of position as well. So really good play from Rebels, but Awaken going to make it bad situation into a really good one. How on earth has Awaken gotten away with that?
He's going to find the third here as well. Oh, not quite. Zeo will find the kill. Chrysler will get taken down as well. So all of a sudden we're down to a 3 versus 3. That was the middle of the map. So they managed to find a pick. Coldest going to have to back on down here. A seems more likely to the side of Onyx, but Rebels are going to switch things up. A minute to go. Middle of the map maybe seems like an option. They're on their way to B though. Chagaboo yet to get on the board. Static here, over towards the B side though. Yeah, well, he had that utility and all of a sudden the move will start to be made. Static will throw a shoulder, will back on down, wait for his teammates to come over, but in the middle of the map with a big gunfight going on here, Static not going to find it. Vortex takes him down. This could be another round for Rebels here, Brody. 2 rounds that we were giving them.
Yeah, 3 versus 2 now for Rebels. Onyx don't really have a lot of time to make this one work. Chagaboo's still got a distance to run. Coldest 1 versus 2 isn't going to cut the mustard. Chagaboo not going to hit that quick scope either. So yeah, I mean, there's the 2 rounds that I afforded Rebels. My prediction might well be out the window sooner rather than later. And yeah, Onyx, I think, can't quite find the vibe right now on towards Rebels. They certainly don't seem comfortable. I really do think they came into the Search and Destroy thinking that they could just kind of throw themselves at Rebels.
Yeah.
And now they don't have a backup plan. It is that same vibe once again. Look at where Awaken is right now, getting aggressive, and he's going to get cut down. Fortunately, Chagaboo through the middle of the map has found 1, and actually a second as well. Vortex now just needs to try and keep his head down.
Good shots. Finding 2 in the middle of the map, that is... Well, it feels like the first time that we've seen Onyx with an actual advantage as far as the numbers go. Naz will find Chagaboo though, and all of a sudden, 3 versus 3. Maybe just an overchild in the middle of the map. After finding a couple of kills, it's easy to feel that confident. Vortex sees another going over towards the cross. But do they know? But Cryzo's going to be sitting here, needs to be able to find something, needs to find minimum of 1 to help his team out here. We'll get that 1, we'll get out as well. Vortex in the middle of the map was ready and waiting for that though.
You kind of knew that Vortex was there. Why did you just run straight out of the middle of the map like that? Oh, I don't know, I'm a bit confused. I think that might be a bit of a miscom there. Vortex gets a freebie. Coldest now has to clutch up. 1 versus 2. Not going to stop the bomb plants, and now looking for a post plant. Vortex isn't looking in the direction. Neither is Naz, but Naz is going to get a shot at the gunfight. Actually manages to get it done. Just gets away with a sliver of HP. It's a clutch up. My predictions in the bin. Rebels 3-0 up.
Feels like Onyx are making a run for their own back here.
Defend the objective.
Going into situations overconfident, but you got to give Rebels the credit as well. Puncher out for Naz, who has been influential for his team right now. He's 8. And I want to say he's 8-1 or something along those lines. But 8 kills and 3 rounds of S&D is no joke. Oh, I thought he was about to make it 9. Didn't quite find it. Grenade over towards that side would take Naz down. He's holding the aim. Not going to be able to hold it for much longer, though. Cryzo will find him. Onyx with an advantage again. They had one in the previous round. Weren't able to make a count. Can they do it this time?
Aggression from Rebels, or specifically Vertex, does get shut down, but Leaf on the flank, you're never going to quite expect a player in that situation. Leaf finds the perfect time to activate. Slowly but surely, Onyx are being cut down out of this round. Cryzo for the position though in the corner. Last couple of players from Rebels didn't expect him to be there, and why would you? Given how active Rebels had been, you'd expect Cryzo to be just as active in response, but it's not to be. Rebels finally give away a round here.
Naz looking for another pick. Wasn't able to find anything in the previous round, and, well, Rebels lose their first one. Coldest will find Naz as well, again. Catalyst for everything they've been doing well is already dead. That looked like it was on Leaf. Chakaboo now under a little bit of pressure. He's going to have some help, but not imminently. This bomb should be going down, and is.
Yeah, they're really pushing Onyx out of the site, to be fair. Chakaboo's still here, as is Awaken. The fact that they get those kills is crazy. Rebels have got the bomb down, but now they're kind of forced to move back here. Trying to keep these guys at the back of the site away. If Magnus peeks out, surely dead to rights, and cannot afford to get the help from Vortex as well. Vortex has to watch the back line.
Everyone waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Static will find Magnus. Vortex, this is just not gonna happen, buddy. Static will find another Onyx. Get themselves another round. And honestly, I want to give credit to Chagaboo that she does really, really well. Sees the pressure coming through. There's utility. There's everything else thrown towards it. Still finds some kills. Stays alive. Helps her teammates retake. A sensational job. And Onyx starting to get something going now. But have they left it too late on the defensive side? Would 3-3 be good enough heading into the attack? Well, with the way that they have formulated their aggression, they can put it down in a positive way. They're going to be hard to defend against, but Rebels once again made a move over towards this B side. That bomb is going to be going down. Nothing can stop it.
The bomb has been planted.
5v4 in their favor. 5 versus 3.
Really need Static alive in that situation, because that's another point of entry towards the site. It's gone. This is effectively a one-dimensional attack as well, right? It's going to be a really long time before Coldest gets anywhere near, and that's really aggressive from Chagaboo. Did not go in tandem with Cryzo whatsoever. Coldest has now revealed their position. This is a 1 versus 5 that frankly is not going to happen in a month for Sundays, and Rebels close out their offensive half here. 4-2 up. I can almost like taste a Crossfire control ton.
Oh, I can taste that.
Defend the objectives. They have the bomb.
It's feeling imminent with the way that Onyx have played that defensive side. Now for them, over towards the attack. And there's 5 men running down the middle of the map. Vortex going to have to drop bomb back very, very quickly. Static looking to try and get the fade away, but eventually we'll push over towards this B side. And I feel like this is just going to really be the rhythm of the attacks from Onyx. It is shock and awe, to say the least. Awaken will get this bomb down over towards B side, and Onyx seem very unbothered by this situation. They're in a 5 versus 3 now.
Rebels effectively looking for a retake here. Being bullied out of the site. Every single point of entry is being watched. Static is getting so aggressive for the middle of the map as well. I don't necessarily think the Vortex would expect it. Somehow, I think he might have had an audio kill or something. But Static now, even in that position, is a massive bobber for Rebels. They can't actually push around the backline because of Static's positioning. They need to deal with him before they do anything. And now, with time not really on their side, they're just full sending towards the site, hoping that they could win a effective 2 versus 2 before Static becomes a problem. That time, though, is their biggest adversary in the moment. Not much they can do. Magnus not able to get anything done. And Static effectively wins that round for Onyx by being as aggressive as he is. That's not worked out necessarily in the past. The fact that he gets so aggressive and distracts the last 2 remaining players for us any kind of clutch.
Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
Onyx get 1 more back. It's going to be the same story. Wonder if we'll ever see a slow round out of Onyx. Answer is no. Zio will find 1 and 2. Chagaboo will answer back, but damage is done yet. I want to say for Onyx, it does all feel a little bit predictable at times, doesn't it? First round on attack, they get super aggressive. Second round, they don't find anything. Chagaboo left now in a 1 versus 4.
Again, Chagabu picked up to a North American qualifying World Championship team for a reason. She can do this. Has check every single corner meticulously, and as soon as she does pop off, the position will be known. There's the first peek from Magnus. Chagabu not able to connect on towards the shot either. Things not looking good if you're a Chagabu. Now running out of time. That nade is not going to connect, but it sends her away. And now all of the cards are in the hands of Rebels here. They've got the information. Chagabu's running out of time. Hello?
Oh, she will find it. I mean, it's just still such a difficult position with this much time. Not going to happen. If that shot lands, they get traded by Magnus. 5-3 now to Rebels. Looking like they're going to walk away with this search and destroy at the moment, Brody. Onyx would have to stage quite the comeback now.
Defend the objectives. Have the
It
bomb.
is very difficult to ask. Again, it's just getting themselves in these positions right now. They're losing a lot of these first bloods.
Here we go.
Facility and nades over the top. Will connect. Static going to draw that first blood. Second overwhelmed as well. That's a much better opening from Onyx. Static finds a second kill. This round surely should be Onyx's at this stage. Nade over the top isn't going to do that much damage. Rebels have really stacked up against it now.
Super tough retake. Naz gets taken down. Naz is really slowed down for Rebels, but still they have the lead. Everybody else really has been pulling their weight, but not so much in that round. That is a clean round from Onyx. 5-4 now. Not far away. Not far away at all. But the problem is for them, they're on the attack here, Brody.
The enemy has
It's
the
not just
bomb.
as easy as, oh, okay, yeah, just win the next 3 rounds. It's not an easy thing to do on attack on Tunisia. This blood's going the way of Rebels. Awaken is able to answer back, but all of a sudden this has changed very, very quickly. Static will get taken down. And Chagabu now left in the 1 versus 3. Seems to be left on her own quite a bit. 1 versus 2. Shots here would be good. Oh my god, 1 versus 3 on the cards. Zio will get dropped. And Chagabu now left in a 1 versus 1.
But 1 versus 4 might have been too much to ask for Chagabu. 1 versus 1. She's definitely capable of this. And this time around, she's not just restricted to the Tundra. Say restricted. The Tundra's a pretty damn powerful weapon. The Odin, much more malleable. So first step of this clutch up is going well for Chaga. She's going to be able to grab that bomb. Now has a lot more ways to play this round, but now the 1 versus 1 imminent.
Oh, Chaga fires the shot, misses. As well throw the nade. This bomb is going down for free here. And now it's a game of cat and mouse. Naz is going to go for the check again. Chaga for the 1 versus 3 and to tie things up. Here comes the shot. Moves away at the wrong time. Did Naz see it? She's seen him and repositions. He's a little bit worried about the push, but it's the 1 versus 3 from Chagabu. In a crucial moment. Onyx force it into 5-5. One team needs to find 2 in a row here, or we're going to overtime for 2 search and destroys in a row.
Feels like that might be one of those moments, Stunt, that we look back on at the end of this game. Chaga now starting to feel herself more. Yeah, she's got another off the opening of this one. And Rebels are playing this one significantly more passively now. Again, they have to spread themselves thin on the defense. We need to see some kind of crazy play, and Zio not going to get it done. That's yet another important frag. If anybody has to pop off now, I think, for Rebels, it has to be player number 1, Naz, who had a good early start to this search and destroy, has slowed down significantly since, and now as you're losing more and more players, yeah, I feel more convinced than ever that Naz needs to do something on this flank. Has been sniffed out, isn't going to get anything. This round, I mean, short of something spectacular from Magnus, this round's over.
6-5 Onyx now. It's almost guaranteed. Magnus has been sniffed out. It will now be hunted. Coldest trying to find something as quickly as he can. Magnus just trying to survive, prolong the inevitable. Come in here and I'll try and get you the hands. Well, sorry, you've got a gun. It is over. 6-5 now. 1 round away from Onyx from qualifying for the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season. They're not far away. This is a big comeback. Rebels were in a pretty decent position Onyx have found some aggression in this attack that started working for them. Seemingly a bit more of a spread play this time. You could see Rebels maybe a little nervous as well, playing defensive posture. It's about the utility here for the side of Onyx, who have really slowed things right down, and it's worked for them. Kryzer will find Leaf.
Big first pick coming through from Onyx. They've got a free bomb site to themselves now. This has been a heavy commitment from Rebels on the defense towards B. It's a 50-50 decision that hasn't really gone all that well. Vortex is going to find some kind of resistance, but it doesn't last all that long. Coldest is on the prowl for kills. If he takes down Zeo, that's huge, but now Zeo's going to answer back. 3 versus 3, bomb down. Rebels approaching from all different angles.
Oh, Kryzo finds Naz. And now a 3 versus 2. It's been quite the comeback from Onyx. But can Rebels pull this one out the fire and send us to overtime? Zeo has been influential. That smoke grenade is going to start to create chaos. Can they find a gunfight? No, Zeo will find it. Magnus will find one at Chagabu, and all of a sudden, a 1 versus 2 for Kryzo. They know where he is. The grenade is solid. Other shots going to be there alongside of it. Zeo puts some shots down. One jumps on the bomb. One will provide the cover. We've got to do something about this. Overtime we go. How have Rebels won that?
I know that you've got to be careful. You've got to be trying, I guess, like, try and be careful about the way that you play it, but it's just, you're in a 1v2. Like, time's on your side. Just check the bomb, swing wide. It doesn't matter if you really die, because you're going to lose the round anyway if you don't. Still, we're in overtime. How on earth have we got here? And there's going to be Rebels on the offense once again. Now, they're putting a lot of pressure from the middle of the map here. Static has a lot to do. Rebels can find a way to poke and prod at the middle of the map. Some pressure there, that's huge. And that's the first blood that they wanted here. The reaction from Onyx is going to be fast, and there it is. But the reaction from Rebels is even better.
Trade works out. Again, Onyx. Maybe just being a little predictable. 4 versus 3 in the favor of the attacking team Rebels. Here in overtime. We'll switch sides after this round. And one team will have to find a 2-round advantage because it's been hard to split them. And I wouldn't care, you know, but Onyx in that previous attacking round actually played it so differently to how they had done. They sat back, they waited for the kills to come to them. And a kill has come this time to Coldest. Now a 3 versus 3. I think that happened over towards the A side, so no information gained here for Chagabu. Nothing at all, actually. Kryzer will find one more onto Vortex, though. Did she see something? Did she see something? I'm not too sure. Yeah, she'll be calling that out to her teammates. Yeah, they come back over. Chagabu will find the first kill, and all of a sudden, this one's turned on its head as well. Magnus now left in a 1 versus 3. He is dead, and Onyx will find the round.
Yeah, Chagabu does everything in that round, right? You know, just holding control of the B site in the way that she did, finding the kills in the way that she did. As you said, completely turns around at his head. She loses control of that site. She even loses a gunfight on that site, and Rebels would have found a way back into the round. So, Onyx, same position as before. 1 round away. Can Rebels extend overtime? Onyx sending utility over the top. Once again, shots through the middle of the map. Coldest looking for something. Knows that Vortex is there, but it's not resulting in a frag just yet. So Onyx wanted some pressure from the map. It hasn't happened. There's the nade response from Chagabu, and now it should surely be go time here for Onyx.
Gives them a little bit of onus through the middle of the map, but not necessarily any site openings yet. I mean, the theory is always that they will have more players over towards A. And I think that's the scouting mission that 2 players have now just been sent on over towards this B side. See Coldest and Awaken having a little look, but are they just creating the doubt in the mind of Rebels? Oh, Chagabu managed to get the hit marker, but nothing else. And now that might just be the transition over towards A. I think she's seen 2 players over towards the top bridge, and now Onyx will roar into gear. This bomb will go down, and Rebels will need another retake with a disadvantage in numbers to stay in the search and destroy, and Coldest is going to make it even more difficult now.
That's so incredibly smart from Coldest to overextend in the back line here. You're just picking apart Rebels on the rotation. A lot of mind games happening here in this final round. Onyx winning out all of them, just down to 1 player. Now, let's try and save this one.
possible situation now. Awaken is going to challenge it, though, and give him some hope. But time is the enemy here now for Naz. Had a really good start to the Search and Destroy, but he slowed right down, and so did Rebels. And they will slow down, they will fall down, and Onyx will book their place in the Challenger season. The Snapdragon Pro Series of COD Mobile. What a performance. What a comeback that is from Onyx to show some credentials there in the Search and Destroy. I'm not going to lie, though, Brody. It was definitely a little bit shaky. There were definitely some questionable plays. But some big plays alongside of a Chagga Boot. The MVP for me, the 1 versus 3, was a real catalyst for that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think she had a relatively slow start, right? There were moments where I think it was the 1 versus 4 early on. And, you know, granted, it's a 1 versus 4. You can't expect somebody to just win a 1 versus 4, pull one out of their butt. But I think still early on in that game, Chagga had a relatively slow start. And I think as we got through the mid game, towards the end of the game, the 1 versus 3 might well have been the catalyst for Chagga to come right back through, really start to pour the team kicking and screaming into the overtime and into the inevitable victory. So it is going to be Onyx moving through as our final team here.
We did it. We did it, guys. Good job. Congratulations to Onyx. A little bit of a tight back and forth there, but put on a performance for a 2-0 to close out their open finals performance to clinch that challenge season spot. Commiserations, of course, to Rebels, but that was a good little matchup. And I think after we've gotten to see the majority of these teams, while now going up against all of each other through the challenge season is going to be much more difficult, I think we definitely see some sparks of the potential that these teams will bring to the table here, Ton.
Yeah, absolutely. Onyx looking, I want to say not quite like the complete package. I think for me, they look like a team with talent, but I mean, we had a load of teams go through without even dropping a map. But Onyx go through in the loser side of things. Ultra Second Wave, that's went to a 1-1, gone to the last map. That'll be a crazy, crazy game. Let's see how that one's going to play out. But yeah, we have some really, really strong teams in here, and I'm interested to see how things are going to break down over the season.
And just so everyone at home knows, like Ton just mentioned, we've got Ultra and Second Wave still in match right now for that final lower bracket match. And we will be updating you guys on social media with the final winner, the final team that makes their way through to Challenger season. So just make sure you're following us, whether that is X, Insta, or Facebook at ESL Mobile. That way you won't miss that final update or any of the future updates for our upcoming challenge season. It's almost time for us to say goodbye. Of course, you can join us at our Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series as well. Hang out with us in the community, talk all things Call of Duty Mobile. Before we say goodnight and goodbye to everybody, though, Brody, final thoughts now that North America is wrapped up.
I started out the day, really the weekend, looking at this tournament and feeling a little bit disheartened at kind of the selection of talent on show for NA. Like we kind of very briefly mentioned it, right? The fact that North America has lost a lot of talent, not just to retirement, but also to players moving to different regions. Didn't really know what to expect. I end the day looking at a number of different teams with a lot of potential and a number of different matches that have been thrilling to watch. I'm excited to see what North America is going to bring us here for this season of Snapdragon Pro Series. It's going to be a great season. Yes, there are the obvious favorites, but I think we're going to have some surprises on our hands.
Ton, do you agree?
No, I agree. It just gives us another opportunity to write more wonderful storylines, and that's what we're going to get.
Yeah.
Well, the opportunity to do. We've got new players coming up. We've got potentially a slot for somebody to be the king in North America. So let's see who it's going to be.
I'm excited for whatever this season brings. It was a fantastic way to kick off North America today. 7 out of our 8 top teams have now made their way through to the challenge season. So hopefully you guys are ready to stick around for 4 more weeks of action to see at the end who comes out on top in our challenge season finals. Of course, a huge thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. Now, if you want more Call of Duty Mobile action this weekend, we have more because we still have 2 more days of EU. They have to finish their open finals and determine which of their top 8 teams makes their way through to the challenge season. But if you're next weekend to kick off the challenge portion. So make sure you come back then to see how all of it goes. Good night, everyone.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Let the weak melt. check me out now.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw that right now at whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort round the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw that right now at whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I've been climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.